So off we go to the chapter 4, Chaos Theory Homeostasis. And I also started drinking my coffee. Oh right, we talked about that guy who claims to be a time traveler and he wants us to be a messiah. Yeah, and that somehow made Okabe think that maybe he's getting scammed. And even for a bit we had this idea that maybe for a change Okabe stops being Delulu. I would say we would be pretty naive thinking that could be the case. But we'll see. I scream at the absurdity. Daro and Kurisu give me exasperated stares, but I ignore them. Be the Messiah? How much do you remember from the anime? Not that much. Not that much. I was checking how we can get the true ending, and that was hell because I didn't want to spoil myself in any way. So I made myself a list of triggers how we can get to the true ending, because I actually wanted to see like the full story, and if we don't do the triggers for the true ending, then we'll not see the full story. So so I have like the list of triggers to look out for. But from the anime, I don't remember like almost anything. That was such a long time ago when I've seen it. Memory is not my strongest feat. So keep in mind, I have this condition, I would say, that sometimes my brain, to protect me, kind of like switches a bit, and that also doesn't help with my memory, because sometimes I just, if I was like during like a bad period of time, I just don't remember it that well. For example, after like insanely strong depressive episode, when I came out of it, blank, completely blank. And yeah, when I was watching Steins Gate, I was also not doing too great. So I remembered I've seen it. I remembered it was about certain time travel, people dying, but this is basically it. Some like more of a keywords.
俺はメシアとは正反対の資質を持つ狂気のマッドサイエンティストホーインキョアマであり幾多の修羅場をかいくぐり長年期間から逃れ続けてきたのだ
I mean, if I was Okabe, right, I would actually be pretty hyped to be called Messiah.
そんな俺が望むのは混沌権力者を倒せば平和が訪れるとでも思っているのか答えは否断じて否だ
I mean, he said himself a few episodes ago that he wants to bring chaos to the world.
そんな夢物語を信じている脳みそがお花畑な奴にはそのまま死ねと忠告してやろうあのさマキセ氏オカリンは一体どうしちゃったんだぜ
さあ数時間前までジョン・タイターと熱心にメールしてたと思ったら急に静かになってで30分くらい前からこんな状態
This for half an hour. Okay, but you're definitely sane, right?
同意するわ
Also, the other fun thing is that for some reason we are the only ones that remember what happened when we were like in the mirror reality, or when we were pulled into the vortex when we tried to change the past.
聞けそこのラボメン2人これよりオペレーションウルドを再開するマジで下に店長まだいるけど案ずるなどうせブラウン管工房はそろそろ閉店の時間だ
It's almost closing time, let's go. Waiting for him to close, waiting for Brown. That we already know that his real name is not Brown, right? I wonder how the universe could choose to give powers to his soldier. You know that there is a theory about that. So, I've been in different communities throughout my entire life, and I was also like in the very spiritual community, the witch community, And I would say like my personal beliefs would be a mixture of pagan beliefs and American Gods by Neil Gaiman. Ironically, like I strongly believe that our thoughts have power to shape the universe, and if enough people believe strong enough, or if special individuals believe strong enough, that they can change something. So they could, for example, create a god. And now, for example, if people believing into that god ceased to exist, then this god is kind of abundant. Oh, there is one more thing that influenced that belief of mine. The books by Margit Sandemo, they were about the ice people. And basically there are tropes like that as well, and I read it as a kid, and I think that kinda influenced it. So coming back to your Wanderers, in the spiritual community, it's all usually considered that someone who's a schizo soldier, as you mentioned, might not be that schizo, but they might be able to perceive more. And spiritual community also backs it up with science, because for example later we learn that, for example, cats see more. They don't only see us as people, they also see like lines on our bodies that if we could see it we would look like tigers, but those lines are actually like pheromone glands on all over our body or something like that. So does that mean that cats have superpowers? So yeah, some people believe that those who are insane or mad are not exactly mad or insane, but just see and feel more. And this is something I could get behind, but I still consider mental disorders very, 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 very real. And it's not like I'm looking for the paranormal explanation into everything I see or perceive, right? But yeah, given like that some people believe that you might not be schizo, but you might see more, I think that's how we could explain that Okaba is special, right? And that's why he has superpowers. Although I don't think that he has superpowers. I think that there is something that kinda anchors him, which makes him easier to remember what happened between the realities. But I wouldn't consider him having special powers. You know who has special powers? Did you watch Haruhi Suzumiya no Jutsu, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya? That was a very, very, very nice show. And imagine, like, Haruhi was so strong that she was actually shaping reality around her. And she also gave people powers, and she gave those powers to so many people, but she never gave it to them to the guy she loved. She always wanted him to be super ordinary. I have been spoiled a bit and that put me off the show. Aww. Maybe one day you'll be able to go back to it. Keep in mind that you can watch it in like 3 different ways, because there is like official timeline with the episodes going like one by one. There is Kyon's perspective and the order of the episodes is different. And then there is Haruhi perspective, which has completely a different order of the episodes. And to fully understand the story, I actually need to watch it 3 times. I've heard it's sad and I can't really watch sad stuff. Oh, you should have told me that before I was giving you recommendation for C-dramas. C-dramas are all pain. I mean, The Long Ballad is not painful. I mean, it has some very sad moments, but at least I can tell you that it will not leave you as an emotional wreck. But it is a trend in general that if you want to... I can watch... I see. This kind of spoiler. I see. I mean, so some people are unironically looking for the spoilers that they will not start the show without knowing if it's gonna be a happy ending or the bad ending. But many of the Chinese shows actually do have happy ending. It's just that the happy ending is very metaphorical. It's not very... they're not gonna show you, for example, a happy couple if it's a romantic one. They will hint that they are happy together, but the last scene you are seeing them in might be pretty tragic. So it's something that if you want to watch some Chinese show, you need to get kind of used to. They rarely have like a bad ending. The problem is that even if the books often offer a happy ending, for some reason people making the scripts for the show tend to show the sad ending and just do like the teaser for the happy ending inside, and that can be pretty annoying. Okay, let's go further. Wait. Hello, video game? My video game is not responding. That is weird. We need to reboot video game, I would say. Yeah, sure. Too much yapping crashed and the game couldn't handle it. The game couldn't handle my my belief system. That's okay, we're gonna go back. I think the game is in general pretty optimized for PCs because it's not the first time that it happened. I had it once crash when I was just changing the settings of the voice, because someone told me on YouTube that the game itself was a little bit too quiet, especially the voices, and I figured out that there's actually this little check mark here, and it actually gets you to the volume settings. And the insane part is that the voice volume was below the music volume from the beginning. We will need to skip a few moments. Few of the Hoinkyouma's conversation. Okay, we've seen that part. Maybe YouTube compression messes it up because it hasn't been bad on stream. I see, maybe.
30分くらい前なんか今日の同意するわ
聞けそこのラボメン2人マジで案ずるな
夜は電話レンジが作動しないはずです
We're back in game. We're back in game. Everything works again.
やってみる価値はある検証するのだ何時まで電話レンジカッコ仮の作動を確認できるかをな
How late? That is like it says in the past.
それにクリスティーナお前たちには D メールによって過去を変えてもらう過去を
I still don't believe in the many worlds interpretation or Titus attractor field theory. Actually, I'm starting to doubt them more and more. If we want to know how the world works, we'll have to figure it out ourselves, and to do that, we need to experiment. One thing I'm sure of is that the mass disappearance in Akiba is related to D-mail somehow, as is the strange disconnect between my memories and everyone else's. According to Tider, I have supernatural power, and one I call Reading Steiner. Mayashi won the magazine sweepstakes once. Amazing, huh? You know the hero of Gunbam Setsuri. I won an autograph from his voice actor. You're still reading entire magazines? Anime magazine. I hate how it like splits the words. My doubts about Tiger's veracity aside, I do need to determine if I am indeed the only person who keeps his memories when the past changes.
好きなように過去を変えろ。ただし、なるべくわかりやすい形でだ。
Preparations for the phone wave, name subject to change, are complete. Daru's eyes wander to the ceiling in thought. Next to him, Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and starts gathering her things.
私は帰る。今日の実験結果は明日レポートで見せて。
待て
She's not cooperating. When I grab her by the shoulder, Kurisu nearly topples over.
何すんのよ。
そのレポートは
岡部に決まってるでしょ。作戦立案者なんだから。被験者自身も実験中の書簡なんかを書いておいてくれるとなおいいけど。
Kurisu glances at Daru.
過去改変には興味がないのか？あれほど実験に前向きだったではないか。
あんたね、昼間のことをもうきれいさっぱり忘れたわけ。
だが実験が始まってからは乗り気だった。文句一つ言わず付き合った。
妄想を垂れ流さないで。
I twist my lips into a
客
grin.
観的に慣れていないぞ、クリスティ・セレセブよ。
It's mine in the middle of calling her names.
実験はすでに一度行われた。
うわ、オカリン。
そうではない。過去を改変した結果、お前たちは
今日の昼間のこと？ロト6がどうとか急に言い出したけど。
そうだ。
I explained what happened earlier this afternoon.
それはひょっとして
本気だ。
マジっすか？
One good look at my face and Daru seems to understand I'm not joking. Kurisu, on the other hand, has a sour look. But she's always like that. Why did everyone else lose their memories? Actually, did everyone else lose their memories? In order to find out, I need to perform the same experiment.
うわ、オッケー。僕一つどうしても変えたい過去があるんだよね。
Daru is quick to adapt, as always. Oh, thank you for the follow, Javelin. We've known each other for a long time. He trusts me implicitly. Or maybe he's just being faithful to his desires.
なんだ？ダイエットしろと1年前の自分に送るのか？
そんなメール来てもダイエットなんかしないし。
I wouldn't diet even if the future told me to. I've seen this, Oh, thank you. Hello, Arm. How are you? Thank you for your bits. Highly appreciate it. I was reading this small interview with Helena Bonham Carter, the British actress, and someone was asking her like about the diets, right? Because I don't think she's ever been like super thin, and she said that we only live once, and if she were to be old and on her deathbed, then she would rather think about all the cool stuff that she ate and not be like, oh, I nailed it in life, I was thin. Daru tells me he wants to change the events of the Faris Cup held at my Queen Plasnian Square a few days ago. On that day, Daru gets insta-killed by Faris in a Rheinland Axis Battlers match.
その結果を覆そうと。
フェイリスタンの作戦はほぼ完璧に覚えてるんで。
Remember every move Faris-tan made?
僕って頭良くね？
Tell me you're a psychopath without telling me you're a psychopath. Faris is probably too good for that to work. She'll just counter his counter strategy.
まあいい。ダルよ。
Don't let him go with it.
頑張っちゃうぞ。
Daru hunches over and starts typing out the email, leaving me to input the forwarding address into the phone wave, name subject to change. I sit in front of the X60 8000 and take a look at my watch. It's 7:55 p.m. No way to know if the phone wave, name subject to change, will operate at this hour. We haven't figured out the exact window yet.
あんた自身はどう考えてるの？
しつこいぞ。ゾンビの異名は伊達ではないというわけ。
意味がわからない。
ゾンビは死してなお人に襲いかかってくる。
冗談はやめて。こっちは本気で話してるんだけど。
Police's glare is scarier than usual. I might have wet myself a little there. No, this is not something I would like to see. But I must say it's kinda nice of him to acknowledge that even in his own head.
俺は D メールの送
At
信
least
先
he's
が鍵だと考
self-aware,
え
right?
て
Yeah,
い
too
る。
much information.
すなわち未来からのメールを受け取った人間、その人間だけは過去改変の影響を受けない。
Actually, that hypothesis doesn't explain the mass disappearance in Akihabara. Of course, I still don't have concrete proof that the mass disappearance incident was related to D-mail. We'll never know unless we
誰の
experiment.
実験が終わったら次はお前に D メールを送ってもらう。
嫌よ。
Risha replies emphatically.
私は送らない。
怖いのか？
そういう問題じゃない。
ならばタイムパラドックスのことを気にしているの？
それもあるけど、どっちかっていうと個人的なポリシー。過去を
Policy.
変えるなんて卑怯なか。私がこれまでに蓄積してきた人生はたかだか18年だけど、
This is
それでも
something I totally
その
agree
記
with
憶を
her,
改
right? I
変な
was
んてしたく
mentioning
ない。
that before. That, for example, if I had the chance to talk with my past self, first of all, I wouldn't tell her to change anything, because all those experiences shaped me into the person that I actually love and adore right now, and that wasn't the case in the past. And second of all, she would probably not believe me at all, so I would just tell her, keep up the good work. You'll manage, just continue. This is something that I would say. Also, there was like this one thing on TikTok that I think I also mentioned, that someone was saying that if they had a chance, they would go back in time and help their mothers to change their lives. This is also not something I would do, because I love my mom the way she is. Despite like all the shortcomings that we had during life, I wouldn't change her in any way. Tell them to buy cheap bitcoins. I aspire to love myself this much someday. It's not like I do this every single day, right? There are like days where I actually hate myself. But compared to me in the past, I'm in a much better state, and I think about myself way more than I did in the past. Like in the past, I would allow people to step over me. I would appear confident, but I wouldn't be confident. I would be depressed, but I would be highly functional, and that wasn't something I wanted to continue in any way. I was a little bit like Okabe, I would say. I created my own version of reality, and I was sticking to it as if that was like exactly my life experience when I was a kid. And obviously that didn't help me get friends. I was already isolated, and I think that isolated me a bit more. But yeah, there was like this point in my life that I decided, no, I just want to be myself. If someone doesn't like me for the way I am myself, then Godspeed to them, right? So yeah, I'm finally able to put myself first in my own thoughts. This is not always the case, because I'm still a huge people pleaser, and sometimes I still think more about the others than myself. But yeah. Also, like, as I mentioned, I have this thing that I sometimes like kind of swap. I would say like I go from my normal self to like protective self. So that was triggered a lot in the past. I was almost perpetually in that state because I just didn't feel good. And now it only happens if I'm like seriously triggered. So thank God for that.
なるほど。今の自分は完璧であ
You're
る。
perfect now, so you
不満
don't
はなく
want to change.
だから
He
変えた
doesn't
くない
get it.
なんでそうなる。これまでの自分を否定したくないの。たとえ失敗ばかりだったとしても、それを含めて今の自分があるんだから。
電話レンジカッコ仮が完全に問題を解決して実用化されても使う気はないと。
And yeah, sometimes it's pretty hard to love yourself. But it's all about the process. I think with love, especially self-love and happiness, it's the same deal. It's more like a fluctuation than the perpetual state. And when it comes to love, other than feelings, there's also like a decision that we love those people, those animals, or those things, and we just stick with it as well, which is backed by the feelings. And the same with happiness, we choose to be happy or not. I mean, obviously there are moments in our life that it's literally impossible to be happy, right? So don't take me the wrong way on that one. Like, if we're super sad, then we wouldn't be happy, but we can still be generally happy about our life, right? I had a head full of hair in the past. No! Actually, my free therapy session with Nyaehh. My mom is a therapist. Keep that in mind. She's a hypnotherapist mostly, but she's doing like the normal therapy too. So I talk about stuff like that with her a lot. And I was on therapy myself. I wasn't ready for it though at that point, but after I ditched it, like months later, I realized how much I've learned from that experience. And speaking of head full of hair, so my colleague recently was showing our friend group progress on the gym. And he sent like this deflexing photo, right? And he also have like this issue with losing hair. He's currently like doing some I don't know how it's called, but you know, there are like those therapies that use like specific liquids on your hair, and it's prevents hair from falling. So it creates this illusion that you're getting your hair back. And all in all, he looks really good because his gym progress is actually pretty nice. It's not my type of thing, you know. I'm not into gym bros or anything like that. But like, you can see that he actually like had a lot of progress in that regard. But his legs were so freaking hairy, and he was like complaining. He was complaining that he's balding, and I'm like, bro, you have so much hair on your legs that you can just transplant them to your head. I feel like those are snake oil. Any trip to Istanbul can save people from male pattern baldness. I knew a guy who actually went to Turkey to get the hair transplant drive. But after a while, it started to look really weird because they kind of gave him hair at the top of his head, but he was balding like after like the when the transplanted part ended. This is where he started balding, so it started to look really weird. But I think the liquids are called like monoxide or something like that. The problem with them is what I noticed with people using is that they dry out the hair you have pretty heavily. So if you don't invest in a proper hair care to keep your hair hydrated, then your hair become very dull, and they kind of crash a bit. So you need to have like a broader understanding of what to do with your hair, not to fix one problem but create 5 more, right?
ジョン・タイターがタイムマシンを好きに使っていいと仮に言ってきても、どの時代に飛ぶ気もない。
I mean, she said so.
青い猫型ロボットが机の引き出しから出てきても、それを使わないと。
Kurisu nods firmly.
使わないわ。
だが実験は大好き。そうだ。
好きで悪いか。
Oh, she's social engineering her into actually doing this. No.
すなわち、自分は高めの見物を決め、他人を実験台にして北総へ。
あんたね。
できたお。
Kurisu stalks towards me, but is pushed aside by Daru, who presents his phone with a triumphant grin. She is pushed aside by Daru, like, we should be happy that she's still alive. I take a look. At Fari's cup. Enemy setup. VLVV LVLL.
さっぱり意味がわからない。
Me neither.
フェイリスタンのカードの配置だお。見ればわかるだろ上皇。
Well,
オカリ
whatever.
ンたちが疎いだけ。
Preparations are complete. If this works, the mail will arrive at Daru's phones 52 hours ago. The discharge phenomenon occurs normally. I close my eyes to shield them from the lightning and sparks. The D-mail was sent. Daru should have received it 2 days ago. However,
そのことを
When I sent an email earlier this afternoon, everyone else forgot all about it. If Daru's email changed to the past, then the present should have changed too. Daru should be the only one who remembers that he sent an email.
過去変わった？
Oh, he remembers. Daru looks around in
ちょっと
confusion.
待てだろ
え？何が？
今 D メールを送ったことだ
Daru nods. Then I turn to Kurisu. She answers before I
覚え
ask.
てるに決まってるでしょ。何バカな。あ、そうか。岡部がさっき言ってたことが正しいなら、私とあんた。
だるお前フェイリス杯で
わかんね
I
勝て
don't
たらフ
know.
ェイリスの手料理とか言っていたはずだそれ
え。わかんねえ。しょぼーん。
I check Daru's sent history. As expected, the email he just sent isn't there. I do, however, find the email in his inbox. He received it 2 days ago, just like we wanted. This is the same thing that happened when I sent my email.
もしかして過去は変わってない？
ちょっとまゆしに電話してみる。
He's the one who changed the past, yet he doesn't remember what happened after the change? That's
ま
odd.
ゆし、まだバイト中だよね。さ、じゃあさ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだけど、僕ってこの前のフェイリス杯でフェイリスタンに勝ったっけ？
We gotta remember what Okabe said right before the experiment, which is that even if he had the setup for Fari's cards, she would still adjust the strategy because it's something that she can just go do on the go, right?
え？負けた？誰が？フェイリスタンが？僕が？あ、そう。
Daru's shoulders drops
そう。
as he hangs up the phone.
その様子だと過去は変えられなかったみたいね。
Look, Kaka. Mayuri's channel obsessed with the anime called Rainet, so I rented it to see what it was about. I don't usually watch anime, and when I do, I prefer romance, but I found this anime to be pretty deep, even though it's aimed at children. I was surprised. P.S. I was so engrossed in Rainet. I couldn't do any practice swings with Samindara. I'm sorry. Romance? Oh wait, attachments. Huh? Oh, so this is like a synopsis of the episode, right? Now you're hooked on Rainet. Everyone around me is buying into this Rainet craze. How can it be so popular? Don't tell me it's an organization plot. This is also something I would like to do sometime in the future. I would like to have like a community night with like some watching something. But this is something I need to look deeper in, right? Because you cannot stream some stuff. I don't know how it works on Discord. So yeah, this is something I need to look deeper into, how other people do it.
なんで？オカリンは変えられたんしょ？
橋田が送った勝つための方法って必勝法じゃないせいじゃない？有利にな
I
る
think the
って
same
だけで。
thought. Paris is supposedly a world-class player. Daru's time travel cheat may not have been enough.
最終的にフェイリスさんが橋田に勝ったから過去。
そうだけどさ、ゲームの過程は変わるじゃん。
No, it wouldn't.
たかがその程度ではダイバージェンスは揺らがん
岡部が言うようにもっとわかりやすく過去が変わったって確かめられるかい？あ、いえ、別にこの
Not
実
that I
験に
approve
賛
of
成
this
ってわけじゃない
experiment
け
or
ど。
anything. She's now being a cinder about the experiments. Let's go.
いや、まだだ。まだ終わらんよ。
Daru starts typing another mail.
もう一度別のアドバイスを過去の僕に送ってみる。今度はもっと的確。
そんなにも勝ちたいのか。
むしろそれほどまでにフェイリスの手料理を
オカリンの答えでファイナルアンサー。
Daru writes another email. I don't bother checking what it says. I won't understand anyway. We activate the phone wave, name subject to change, and send the email through, just like before.
お
Nothing happens, no discharge. Usually it happens 10 to 20 seconds after pushing the start button. The timer counts down to 0 without incident.
時間切れ？
おそらくな。
なんだよ。
やむを得ない。実験は明日に持ち越しだ。
I checked the clock. It's just past 7 p.m. Looks like that's the cutoff.
昨日ホテルに帰ってからずっと考えてた。この電話レンジはどういう
LHC と似たことが起きているのだよ。お前は言ったはずだ。LHC は巨大な電子レンジだと。
電子レンジが LHC と同等の機能を持ってたら日本は
それは日本沈没ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
セルンがあまりに簡単にカーブラックホールを作ってるように見えるからそもそもブラックホールなんて人工的に作れるものじゃないし、とんでもないリスクのある代物だし、家庭の電子レンジがブラックホールを作れると思う方がどうかしてる。
Hydra's time machine is small enough to fit inside a car and it makes black holes. Well, that's what he said at least. Now that I'm a little skeptical of Hydra, I don't feel like bringing it up.
一つ言えるのは、電子レンジ単体じゃブラックホールは作れないということ。この電子レンジに何かが干渉して電子を注入してきているのは間違いない。
An outside source of electrons. What could that be?
さて、私は帰るから。これ以上むさ苦しい男どもの巣にはいられないんで。また明日。レポー
What
ト
if
まとめ
he,
とい
I
てね。
mean, if we wanted to ride, we could unironically kind of force Makisu to take part into the experiment. I don't know if that would work though, because what we could do is we could send her the text message into the past to change her for hotel room, right? But that wouldn't be her action, so I don't think that would fully work. Kurisu flings up her lab coat and hurries out of the door. She was serious about the report?
ふむ。マキセ氏の着ていた白衣か。
Daro. As Daro reaches for the lab coat to smell Kurisu's lingering fragrance, I grab him by the neck and pull down hard.
どれではないバカが。そんなくだらないことをしている暇があったら、明日の実験でどう過去を改変するか考えておけ。
He is sometimes so freaking disgusting, man. There wasn't anything to do after Kurisu left. I tried operating the phone wave name subject to change a couple more times before I went to sleep, but the discharge phenomenon simply would not occur. Now it's the next morning and I'm sitting on the bench in front of the brown tube workshop. It's still early, but it's already blazing hot. Ah, I can totally feel that. Like, I'm unironically role-playing Okabe in real life right now. It's as if I'm baking in the sun. Sweat is dropping off my chin. We're supposed to be experimenting today, but not a single lab mem has arrived yet. After waiting impatiently for a while, the first person I see is... Tenoji. Good morning, Mr. Okarin. Did Tenoji pack home riding in on moped? What even is moped? How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Kyoma. Should I do? What child? Have you written the report yet? For your information, I wasn't joking yesterday. If you blow this off, then you have no right to call yourself a scientist. Maybe this is too much for a freshman like you to understand, but writing papers is part of being a scientist. Okay, I think that was the trigger, right? So apparently here we need to choose the scientist. Like, this one is the important one. I am not a mere scientist. I am an insane mad scientist.
教育がなっていないのではないですか、ミスター・ブラウン。その子が俺のことを
I mean,
おじさん
Mr.
呼ばわ
Brown
り
also
するのを
refuses
なんと
to
か
call
して
him
ください。
by that name, right?
いいだろ別に。器の小さい野郎だな。なえ、こんな野郎の言うこと聞かなくていいからな。
The manager parks his moped and quickly enters the store. Sister Brown's about to follow him when... He doesn't even look like that girl. That doesn't matter. Like, you can still look like your grandfather or grandmother, or you can still look more like your mom than your dad, right? So you don't have to be like a spitting image of one of your parents. You can be a mixture. You can be a mixture of your grandparents or like your great-grandparents. It's all dependent on which genes became more dominant in your case. I follow her gaze and see Mayuri walking this way. Nyaehh runs up to Mayuri with a happy smile. Maybe if she was bald, I would believe she was his daughter. Yeah, I think that would change everything. But they have the same eyes. And without breaking the stride, she jumps into Mayuri's chest. They got along so well that you'd think they were sisters. Mayuri has the ability to get along with anyone, so it's no surprise. Nyaehh avoids me and Daru, but she adores Mayuri and always goes for a flying hug whenever she gets a chance. Daru sometimes complains about that. What a lucky girl. I wish I could jump into Mayuri's chest like that. No, wait. Maybe it would be better to have Nyaehh jump. Oh no! His internal debate went on for hours. Mayuri takes some candy out of her convenience store bag and gives it to Nyaehh. She offers me some, which I silently accept. I'm waiting for lab members to assemble. What do you mean mad scientist? More like bad scientist. That sounds like a pun my grandpa could come up with. Oh my dear lord. I'm living pretty close to the railroads, and before it was like there was like more trees between me and the rail, so it was pretty quiet and okay-ish. But now some people decided to get rid of the trees, and gladly I'm not gonna live here for much longer, right? But it became super loud, and right now there's like this weird ass sound coming from there. Like I was unironically spooked. Why, you chipmunk, do you have to be so blunt? One of these days I'll teach you to respect me. Good job, Mayuri. It's too early to make phone wave chan. The phone wave is now a chan. Keep that in mind. And I go nuke some yakisoba bread.
ドアの部分を取っ払ったから温め。いいよ。
だったら一緒に食べる？焼きそばパンは冷たいまま食べるとして、ナエちゃんも食べる？あ、そっか。
Nuking yakisoba since 20th century. Now waves, then heads back inside the brown tube workshop. You know what? Since our game crashed already once, I'm gonna do the save just in case. In case we crash again, because we are in the story already for like quite a moment. I mean, it has some quick save, but I don't trust it. Yeah, it's only on choices. Lured by the prospect of canned ramen, I go inside the lab with Mayuri. The stagnant air makes the room hotter than outside. It doesn't improve much after we open the window, and turn on the fan. Yeah, tell me it's not just my reality right now.
ダル君とクリスちゃんまだ来ないのかな。
ああ、ラボメンとしての自覚が足りんな。
Just then, the sound of braking bicycle comes from downstairs. That's yeah, the part-time warrior. I think she's late for work. When I look out of the window, I see part-time warrior arriving. She immediately notices me, looks up and waves. Like, you could do better, of course. Aren't Americans supposed to be funny? What have they been teaching you over there? The only thing I don't understand is that it was actually easier to hear from the outside when we were from the inside when we were outside next to Suzuha than the other way around. Like their sound is pretty dull when we talk with someone over the window. They seem to have hit it off. Like I said, Mayuri gets along with everyone. I thought I dodged the question, but part-time warrior is persistent.
聞いたが、奴の言うことが正しいかわからなくなった。
Why is she so flustered?
そうか。あのバイト戦士め、タイターオタク。
I guess there's an otaku for everything. Mayuri proving again why she's a top wife. Yeah, Mayuri is great. Mayuri leans out of the window to wave her hand. Chris is walking toward the lab. Girl is as subtle as brick. That reminds me, doesn't part-time warrior have something against Kurisu? I look at Suzuha. Her expression has changed dramatically. Now she's staring at Kurisu in a complete silence. She doesn't move a muscle. It's like she's trying to start a fight with her glare. Kurisu's pretty stubborn too, so she meets Suzuha's glare for a glare. The two of them exchange a word or two in front of the building. For a second I'm worried that they might start throwing punches, but that doesn't happen. Just don't tell me she's not super cute. She's like Chris-chan.
Good morning.
下のバイトと何を話していたんだ?
Risa shrugs her shoulders.
別に大したことは言いたいことがあるならはっきり言えって。
I don't think that's nothing. She's lucky that didn't lead to blows.
向こうは何と?
何も悔しそうにうなってるだけだった。
Tuturu is language of thought.
何なのかしら。
マキセ氏の人気に嫉妬してるに決まってるじゃん、上皇。
Letter bursts into the lab.
本来なら私がラボメンナンバー004になって楽しくみんなと青春する予定だったのに悔しいみたいな。3次元は恐ろしい。
3D is hell.
ラボメンナンバーなんて好きなだけ譲るけど。
なんだと？ラボメンナンバーは某国において数千万円というレートで違法に取引されるほどの貴重な資格なのだぞ。
パスポートじゃあるまいし、そもそも某国ってどこだおい。
みんな仲良くいられる方がね、マユシはいいな。
Well, I don't really care about their little quarrel anyway. Only one thing that interests me now, the mystery of the D-mail. We begin experimenting immediately. Even though it's still morning, the electrical discharge occurs on demand. Things look favorable today. That reminds me, we haven't talked to Mr. Brown yet. Ah, yeah, true. Maybe we should come up with an excuse first. To be honest, though, I don't care what he thinks. For we are at war. War against the organization and the CERN. The dark powers that rule the world from the shadows.
安西先生、フェイリスタンの手料理が食べたいです。
諦めたらそこで試合終了だよ。
Why is she just hyping him? If you give up, it's game over. You cannot give up. Unfortunately, Daru's second email fails to change the past. I get the feeling Raina the matches are difficult to cheat your way out of like this. Not to mention we're limited to 36 bytes of text. Looks like we have to give up on Daru. He's gone to drown his sorrows in the internet. Alright, so who do we experiment on? From the look on Kurisu's face, I don't think she's willing to change her policy. That leaves only one candidate. Akihabara is such a strange town. Everywhere I look I see drawings of cute girls. Some of them even have their breasts fully exposed, which startled me. Coming here has been a real culture shock. It's amazing how peaceful Japan is now. I agree, it's all because of the organization's efforts to stupidify Japan. That leaves only one candidate.
マユリよ。次はお前に過去を変えてもらおう。
I wonder what she will do.
でもね、過去を変えるって
Mayuri looks stumped as she slurps her canned ramen.
それじゃあね、こういうのはどうかな。
どうやって？
ルカ君にメールを送るとかだよ。
Oh my god. You're just too pure. I don't think a simple request is going to change the
もっと
past.
簡単で分かりやすいものはないのか？
He slurps more ramen.
そのラーメン缶を使おう。
Looks like I'm the only one with the
1時間前
ideas.
のマユリに D メールを送るのだ。今日はおでん缶が食べた。
そんな誘導に乗るほど。
それね、すごく。
え？
今日もね、自動販売機
I spent 10 minutes wondering if I should get canned oden or canned ramen. It was really hard.
つまり後押しがあれば、マユリは必然。
わかった。じゃあ、過去を変える。
Priorities. She just wants to change, like, finish her food before she gets something different. Mayuri starts shoveling the ramen into her mouth.
食べておかないと。
もったいないもん。
あ、そう。
Risa clearly doesn't know what to say. Mayuri really is a ditz. I'm used to it by now, of course. I get the phone wave name subject to change, perhaps for the email. Oh, by the way, I actually started to do the same thing at work after we started like play Steins Gate for a while. Every time we need to I had to add like a new service that will combine all the other services that we are currently using for our project, and I couldn't figure out the name. So repository has a different name, some other people call it a different way. So every time I need to reference it, I'm like, this is like XYZ service name subject to change. The content of Mayuri's email is simple enough. Canned oden, piping hot and delicious. I just hope it actually works. We wait for Mayuri to finish eating her canned ramen, then activated the phone wave name subject to change. To send it 1 hour back, we put 1 hash. In other words, we set the microwave for only 1 second. I wonder if the discharge phenomenon will occur in such a short span of time. I mean, that's something else we'll learn from this
電
experiment.
話レンジカッコ仮起動。
I haven't sent it yet. There wasn't enough time to blink.
1秒じゃ放電現象は起きないか。データ通りだけど貴重な実証データが取れた。
これって 例えば事前に暖気みたい。
暖気？
つまりさ、1秒じゃ放電現象は起きないわけしよ。だからその後間を置かずにタイマー1秒でもう一度動かす。そして
根拠は？
ネス。
マユリよ、もっと他に何かな。
We could change the flavor of rice bowl I bought last
お
night.
前は
おかか
She remembers. I was
即答？
pretty sure that she would say, "Ah, no, I don't remember." Impressive.
だからね、おかかを
Something is telling me we're going to have to look outside the lab. I go for a walk to clear my head. After lunch at King Burger, I grab a coffee at the Starbucks on the first floor of Yodaboshi. I left Mayuri and the others at the lab. I need some time to get my thoughts in order. I recall what happened when I sent myself the Lotto 6 numbers. The moment I sent the email, I felt a strong tremor, and then the world as I knew it changed slightly. The fact that I had sent an email had been undone. I know that because it had disappeared from my sent history. However, it was in my inbox. The mail had definitely reached the past. What does this mean? The mail was received but never sent. Isn't that a time paradox? Is that the reason why everyone else lost their memories? Why did that happen? The butterfly effect? That's not the answer. Changing the past changed the world. Tyler spoke of divergence. When divergence changes, are people's memories reconstructed to match the new world line? Then how come I remember the previous world line even after the past changes? My deliberations are interrupted by an incoming email. I don't have time for this. It's a mail, so I can just reply to it later. I concentrate on my coffee. However, all these emails, no doubt it. It's got to be Kiryu Moeka, the male demon known as Shining Finger. How can she be so shy in real life and so persistent in email? There's something wrong with that woman. Oh, that's the first one, right? Can I send the email too, please?
No.
Please reply. I'm a lab mem too, right? Pretty, please. She wants to send an email. That reminds me, yesterday I made Mocha lab mem 005. That means she's qualified to participate in our experiments. Mocha seems serious, so she might meet my demands. Most importantly, all the other lab mems are completely useless when it comes to emails. I still haven't been able to verify whether or not I can keep my memories if someone else changes the past. But wait. I'm worried. Moeka works for an editorial company. In other words, she's related to the media. What if she sends an email and leaks word of the time machine? We would be flooded by press. Gone will be the days of lurking in the shadows. My location will be exposed to the organization. El Sai Kongru. Hello, Silver Joe. Of course, sooner or later we're going to announce our findings to the world. But in that case, I would rather choose a national newspaper or TV network to cover the event rather than some shady magazine. That way, it will spread faster throughout Japan and Nyaehh, the world. Either way, something tells me it's better not to go public through Moeka. A lab mem too, aren't I? However, Moeka is a lab mem. Yesterday we told her everything about the phone wave, name subject to change in the emails. Moreover, we made her one of us. It was necessary to buy her silence. Realizing that I have no reason to deny Moeka her request, I put my phone to the ear.
少しばかり迷っている。何？電話レンジカッコ仮の実験に。
So about whether or not I should include Shining Finger in the phone wave name subject to change experiments. What nonsense. You want me to offer her as a sacrifice? True, I am prepared to make sacrifices in order to bring chaos to the world, but...
問題ない。ああ。これは俺にとって
Hungry.
むしろ典型とも言える
It's decided. I type a reply to Moeka's email.
シュタインズゲートの選択となるだろう。
Indeed you are, lab member 005 Shining Finger. Report to the lab at once. After sending it off, I hurry back to the lab. When I get back to the lab, Moeka is squatting at the bottom of the staircase. And this is where we're gonna take a short break for I want to experience the rain for a moment. I was enjoying the rain for a bit. Doubled my shower time for today. Ah, it's so refreshing now. So we go back. When I get back to the lab, Moeka is squatting at the bottom of the staircase. Since she's not sitting on the bench, I guess that crouching while holding her knees is this particular woman's favorite position. She's staring at her phone like usual. Once she notices me approaching, she slowly stands up, but she doesn't look at me.
ありがとう。
何がだ？
What is she taking me for? Oh. I know it's selfish, but I really need to send an
別
email.
にわがままとは思っていない。むしろお前の
Once we enter the lab, I get all the lab mems to stop what they're doing and then tell them about Moeka's situation.
いいと思います萌香さんもラボメンだもんね
Daru and Kurisu don't object either.
で
So, what sort of
どんな
mail
メ
does
ールを
Kiryushi plan to send?
俺からの要望としては過去が変わったかどうか確かめることができるようシンプルでは
A new mail. I'm sorry, there's one more thing. I want to keep my message secret. Why does she have to explain every little thing with a mail? More importantly,
内緒だっ
a secret.
何？ど
It's private. I would be embarrassing if anyone
い
knew.
やそういう問題ではなかろう
Risu peeks at my phone from beside me.
気持ちはわからなくはないけど、これはあくまで実験だと割り切ってデータの収集を優先。
ほう珍しく意見が一致したね
別にあんたに同意したわけじゃない。データを収集しないと電話レンジの仕組みがいつまでたっても解明できないって思ったからよ。
でも女の子にはね誰にも言えない秘密をね
You shouldn't ask her to tell her secrets,
教え
Akari.
ろゲヘヘ
くわまさかこれって
落ち着けダル
I turned to Mayuri and Moeka, who appear to have formed some kind of mainstream girl
メ
alliance.
ールの内容にプライベートに深く関わることを書けと
Kurisu nods
強制
firmly
した
at my
覚えはない
words. Looks like she doesn't intend to join the mainstream girl alliance.
私的な内容を送りたいにしても今はまだ見送るべき。タイムパラドックスの問題も完全に解決されたわけじゃないし、私的な内容は少なくとも非公開にしたいという話は受け入れられないわ。あなたに悪意がなくてもメールの内容次第で第三者にメールを見せてその内容について問題ないか吟味すべきよ。
うん俺が言いたいことは全て助手が言ってくれたそして
あんたの意見を代弁したわけじゃないから。
Cheeky
勘違い。
little.
そもそも実験においてはプライバシーよりもデータが優先される。被験者になるならその覚悟は必要よ。
Don't tell me that's the reason Kurisu won't send an email herself.
そうなのまゆごめんねクリスちゃん
別に謝らなくても責めてるわけじゃない。一般論を言っただけ。
I imagine some people might take issue with that statement, but I'll refrain from saying anything. I would rather not get my head chewed off right now. Moeka's expression doesn't change. Same as always. I don't know what she's
お
thinking.
前はすでにラボメンだ俺たちを信用してもらわないと困るもしできないというのならばお前に見せてやらねばならなくなる
Terrible power of
insanity. 法王院京魔の中に眠る
Moeka is already typing on her phone. My thread was ineffectual, it seems. Can I see the emails you've sent so far? I wanted to use them as a reference.
うむ
送信履歴は
ないというと語弊があるな。送信履歴は
I
消えて
confirmed
しま
that
う。
after I sent that email yesterday. Nyaehh was there, but she doesn't remember either. I don't need to see the history, and I'll show you the message before I send it. Is that okay? Looks like she understands. I showed the email to Kurisu too.
萌香さん、無理しないでね。
Is that supposed to be encouragement? Mayuri sounds concerned for some reason.
じゃあさ、どんな内容を送るん？そもそもオカリンの言う簡単でわかりやすい。
何を言う？お前たちの。
案はある。
Nyaehh murmurs.
ほう、これは期待できそうだな。具体的に説
Nyaehh
明
then
を。
invokes her power once more. Ultra fast typing, the power known as Shining Finger. About 4 days ago, I bought a new phone, but now I've tried it. I think I should have stayed with the old one. So I wanted to use that email to tell myself not to buy a new phone. If we do that, the phone I'm holding will change, won't it?
シャイニングフィンガーは実に有能だな。まさに
This
ラ
should
ボメ
make
ン
it
の
easy to tell
鏡。
whether the past has changed. Looks like the 3 useless members have no objections to Nyaehh's superior idea. We look at Nyaehh's phone. It's purple and gaudy. There's no strap, and it's not like deco phones popular amongst mainstream women nowadays.
お、それって先月出たばっかの GG01？
GG って
最新機種だよ。確か液晶部分が着脱式で、今品薄でどこ行っても入荷待ちだけど。
It's the most popular model, but she wants her old one back? I guess hardcore phone users have other concerns beside fashion.
では、指圧しよ
ねえねえ
Why do you
どうして
call her
Nyaehh
finger?
う。それが、桐生萌香の力に、俺がつけた名だ。
Nyaehh shakes her head expressionlessly.
何？嫌だというのか？能力。
萌香さんはね、萌
Her
香さん
fingers
だ
don't
から
shine or anything.
眉し、ネタにマジレス。
ネタではない能力名だ。
くだらないこと言ってないで。準備するわよ。
Damn it, you're just an assistant. Don't boss us around.
ブラウン店長に何か言われたらどうするん？
ミスター・ブラウンごとき恐れるな。奴が怒鳴り込んできたら、
Kind reminder.
この俺が蹴
The
散らして
window is
やる。
open, so he can freaking hear it. And I think the only one who's getting kicked to the curb is Okawa at this point.
マジで？オカリンかっけー。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
実は口だけだったりするん。
I'll be the adult and ignore Kurisu's insult. Nyaehh has already written her 36-byte mail. When I look at Nyaehh to see if she's ready, she nods faintly. We set the timer to 100 seconds. The email should arrive at Nyaehh's phone 4 days ago, July
電話レンジかっ
31st.
こ仮。起動。
About 15 seconds after activation, the discharge phenomenon occurs. I glance at Nyaehh. She nods grimly and unusual show of emotion, and then she presses the button. Oh, we got the vertigo again! The world twists into unrecognizable shapes. The floor is shaking, or is it me? My vision blurs and loses color. The world lurches. I struggle to keep my balance. As I brace myself against further shaking, I try to analyze what I'm experiencing. This is far more intense than what happened when we sent the emails yesterday. And yet, I felt it before. I remember. This is what I felt right before the mass disappearance phenomenon. The shaking stops. I relax my body and look around. Has the past changed? Of course it has. That bizarre sensation just now was proof. I look around the room. The phone wave, which should have about 90 seconds left on the timer, is silent. Daru's here, Mayuri's here, Chris is here. Where is Nyaehh?
指圧しはどこに行った？
Daru and Kurisu, who are discussing something in front of the X78000, look at me strangely. Ah, again. This feeling of wrongness is the same as yesterday.
指圧師？
オカリン、日本語で OK。
You know what I should do? Since they're experimenting, I think that they should try to send multiple messages to the past at the same time. I leave the development room and check the lounge, behind the sofa, in the dressing room, the bathroom, and the shower room. I look out of the window in the street below, but Nyaehh is nowhere to be found. She's gone. No way. This is exactly what happened on the streets of Akiba. Why did she disappear? Because I experimented on her. Where did she go? Did I erase her from the history? Did I banish her into the space between dimensions? I start quivering in horror at the magnitude of my error. In a daze, I step up to Mayuri, who's eating a banana. I grab her shoulders and shake her.
桐生萌香は今の今までここに桐生萌香だ
Dara and Kurisu give me strange looks as
それ
well.
誰？
聞いたことない。
そんな
So I didn't erase Nyaehh's in existence. No, that can't be. I won't accept that I killed her.
岡部、
I think 4 days ago was before she became a lab member, right? And that was even before we met her. And we met her because she was making photos of us, but I think her phone at that point was orange.
またってどういう意味
昨日も似たようなことがあった。私たちの記憶にな。そうそう、リーディングしたいな。
Yeah, that's the name I gave this phenomenon, or rather to my ability to perceive it. When the world line change, everyone's memories are reconstructed to match. That's what John Titor said. They can't, can they? They can try, right? It doesn't have to be sent to the phone that is linked to the microwave, right? Or they can send multiple messages, like from different sources, to the phone that is linked to the microwave. Twitch mobile with 20-second delay, not like this. I named this power reading Steiner, Chris remembered. To tell the truth, I just made it up out of thin air. But now that Nyaehh has disappeared, I want to believe that this power is real. It's only the memories of Nyaehh that disappeared, not Nyaehh herself. I need to contact her. I need to make sure I didn't erase her from existence. But I don't know her phone number. The only way to contact her is by mail. I sent her a message saying reply the second you read this email. Now all I can do is wait for her reply. Please reply.
オカリ大丈夫？
ああ大丈夫だ
In fact, I'm anything but fine. I'm fighting desperately to deny the possibility that I might have erased Nyaehh from existence.
助手よ今の実験のこと
今、実験をしたことさえ覚えてない。たった今。あんたは D メ？
ああただし昨日とは少し状況が違う D メールを送ったのは俺ではなく
And then she vanished into
Kiryu
thin
Nyaehh
air. Which reminds me, when I sent the Lotto 6 mail yesterday, Dal teleported from the development room to the lounge. Nyaehh might not have disappeared, she probably just teleported somewhere. I hope that's it. In an attempt to calm myself down, I checked my phone's history for the emails Nyaehh and I exchanged. That's strange. The mails she sent me are there until the one I received on July 31st. But after that, the dozens of mails I remember receiving from her are gone. The email she sent to cancel the phone model exchange was sent to arrive on July 31st. Did the time paradox erase Nyaehh from existence the instant she received the email? I shiver when I realize that I can't find any problems with that hypothesis. No way. It can't be. I mean, all her emails said was, don't change phone models. That's harmless, right? But then, what caused Nyaehh to disappear from this room like that? Why does it look like Nyaehh vanished 4 days ago?
クリスティーナもし仮に D メールによってタイムパラドックスが発生
わからない。タイムパラドックスを経験した人間は
以前世界が消えるというようなことを言っていなかった
あくまでそういう説もあると言っただけ。もしかしたら何も起きないかもしれないし、某映画みたいにパラドックス。ドクター・ホーキングは時間順序保護仮説でタイムパラドックスが起きる可能性の行為はそもそも実行不可能だとしてる
So all we
し。
have are theories.
あのね、マユシーはよくわかんないけど、今もマユシーやオカリンたちがちゃんとこうしておしゃべりできてるっ 萌香さんっていう人もね、マユシーは知らないけどきっと大丈夫。
I mean, I freaking hope she's okay. It would be really, really bothersome if something happened to her right now, right? Like, first of all, we would have to adjust. I mean, Okabe would have to adjust what he feels about stuff. Second of all, she would be gone. And third of all... Huh. I bet she probably also doesn't remember if she is, if she did that. Like, she probably doesn't remember ever meeting us. I mean, she met us, right? But she doesn't remember sending the email if she's not here, because otherwise she would still be lab mem, right?
さすがマユシ、アホの子だね。
Cute dumb.
マユシーはアホの子じゃないよ。
I'm amazed that Mayuri and Daru can have such a carefree conversation despite all that's happened. They don't realize the gravity of the situation. We might have erased someone's very existence. Although I see that my bitrate is a tiny bit unstable. Poor network connection detected. I wonder what that is. I'm just gonna quickly check it. I mean, there is a severe thunderstorm coming through my country right now, so that might be related. But my speed test is completely fine, so maybe it's Twitch just glitching. I hope it doesn't cause you like any issues. But I checked the down detector for my internet provider, and it apparently shows some small issues. So that might be it. It might be connected. In fact, if Nyaehh really has vanished, then that means the phone wave is also responsible for the mass disappearance phenomenon I witnessed in Akihabara. What if I erased all those people? I didn't want to consider such a frightening possibility, so I desperately shake the thought out of my head. Is that Nyaehh? A mail. Shining Finger, let's go. What's wrong? I'm kind of busy now. Sorry, I'll email you later, Nyaehh. Okay, she's alive. My body goes limp from relief. A reply. She sent a reply. Nyaehh still exists. She didn't disappear. Relief washes away my fear. My eyes fill with tears. Not because I was worried for Nyaehh, but because I thought I might be responsible for the horror of erasing someone's existence.
何が起きたか説明して、岡部。
Uttered by Kurisu, I explained everything that just happened.
今この場からその桐生なんとかさんが消えたのは因果率を考えれば不自然じゃない気がしてきた。
どういうことだ？
詳しい経緯はわからないけど、過去を改変したことで今回の場合は7月31日以降、今日までの4日間の桐生さんの行動が、その結果今この時間には桐生さんはラボには来なかったというふうに再構成された。
So that's why it looked like she teleported. I'm reminded of the teleporting gel banana, but I guess it's not the same thing. Nyaehh didn't become a jellyman after all.
そんなことありえるん？
Is that even possible?
なんとも言えない。D メールを送った事実も抹消されてしまうなら、その D メールは誰が送ったのかっていうパラドックスになるし、それともう一つ、岡部に起きていることが消せない。
何？
リーディングシュタイナーのこと。ちなみにその造語、恥ずかしいからやめた方がいい。
お前の個人的見解は
I'm
必要な
finally
い。
able to joke with Kurisu again. Well, maybe she wasn't joking, but that's none of her business.
さっきのあんたの説明じゃ、D メールを送ったのも受け取ったのもあんたじゃなかった。なのに、でもこれってあんたのただの妄想じゃない？
脳内嫁ですね。
An imaginary girlfriend.
わかるな。お前のような変態紳士と一緒にされたくはない。
桐生さんって人はもともと存在しなかった。あるいは桐生なんとかさんは実在するけど、その人が D メールを送った事実は妄想だ。え？
I'm still concerned because it's still showing that I have like, despite being below bitrate like that is needed, I still get that the unstable thingy, poor network connection, which is untrue. I'ma pay my taxes. Good, good. Oh, I see you're not an American. Thank you for your taxes, random guy. I hope it doesn't like actually like lose frames too much on your side, because for some reason, despite my internet connection being completely normal and me streaming at usual like at 6,000 kilobytes, I have those weird drops in the middle and it shows that it's a little bit unstable. I don't know why. Let me go into the settings. I mean, it should be completely fine. No idea why it's struggling right now. I fall to my knees and press my hand against my left eye. Oh no, first he had the issue with the arm that was possessed, and now he's having... And now he's having the eye.
オカリ、大丈夫？
Mayuri peeks anxiously at my face, but I lightly push her aside.
ダメだ。マユリ、俺に近づくな。
でもオカリ、すごく苦しそうだよ。
釣りっしょ。
そうよね。
大丈夫だ。この魔眼がある限り、俺は機関に狙われ続ける。俺はこの。
I mean, they started treating him seriously for a bit and now it's gone.
だが、それでも。
I kneel and press my head against the floor, and then I take a deep breath and gradually remove my hand from my left eye. Mayuri rubs my back.
オカリ、苦しいの？
She's like seriously concerned about this. But yeah, Maika is not a lab member now. That's gonna be so weird.
Yeah. もう大丈夫だ。
I stand up, then I shoot Kurisu a sharp glare.
何よ、今のただの演技でしょ。
クリスティーナ、お前は間違っている。すでにこれまでの実験で証明されているんだよ。俺のリーディングシュタイナーは本物だ。
はいはい、12秒12秒。
Trini, be patient. Yeah, this is what we are. Twitch F. I mean, I'm pretty convinced it's Twitch, like the issue on the Twitch side. But like, apparently I dropped 13% of frames so far. Which is so freaking weird. Let me look at the task manager. Yeah, that is impossible. Nothing is clogging the PC at all. Nothing is clogging the network either. I don't have anything else open. I just checked on the other screen if it's lagging too much, but it doesn't seem so. So at least you're not getting like that less of a quality. that is okay, I would say. But I'm still seeing the drops, and I'm like, ah. Aww, she got shy. In any case, I've successfully deflected Kurisu's questions about reading Steiner. I don't feel able to answer right now. My emotions are jumbled, just as they were after Tyler called me the Messiah. Is this power real? If it is, then what does that make me? An unknown power sleeps within me. The thought sends a chill down my spine. I sit on the bench in front of the brown tube workshop, staring into the night sky, and the view is actually pretty nice. I try sorting out what happened this afternoon, but it's impossible. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. And then I hear footsteps coming down from the second floor. Soon Mayuri and Kurisu emerge.
帰るのか？
岡部ってずっとここに泊まり込んでるの？
まあな。マッドサイエンティストたるもの。研究。
形から入るのって良くないと思うわけだが。
I don't remember what happened to his parents. Like, are they not concerned that he's like never home?
でもね、この場所ってとっても便利だよね。え？そしたらバイトに行くのもすぐだもん。ねえねえクリス。
男性陣がいないのなら OK。
If the guys aren't around.
それは無理だ。
だったらまゆりさん、私のホテルに来て。
ああ、そういえばそんな約束してたもんね。
いつでも言ってくれていいから。それじゃあ。
Kurisu waves goodbyes and starts walking in the opposite direction from Akihabara Station. Mayuri doesn't move from that spot. Instead, she starts doing her usual thing, stardust handshake. She looks up to the night sky, raising her hand as if to grasp the stars, and with perfect timing, a shooting star crosses the sky.
ああ。流れ星だな。
Mayuri doesn't answer. She keeps gazing at the sky.
オカリンって小学生の頃すごい熱を出して。
何を突然言い出すんだ？
It was about 10 years ago, at the turn of the century, when the world was in the uproar over Y2K. Near the end of 1999, I had a fever at nearly 40 degrees Celsius that lasted about a month. I didn't recover until the new year. At least, that's what I've been told. I don't remember it myself. According to my parents, I was unconscious the whole time, tossing and turning. The doctor said it was a miracle I didn't die. Because of that fever, I didn't get the experience the Millennium Countdown event. They never figured out what caused it either.
あの時ね、マユシーはオカリンが死んじゃうんじゃないかって思って。だからね、おばあちゃんと一緒にお空に祈ってたの。
この俺が死ぬはずがないだろう。何しろ10年前の時点で俺はトーマス・エジソンに匹敵する IQ170 の頭脳を持つマッドサイエンティストだったのだからな。
そうだったんだ。でもね、まだちっちゃかったマユシーはそのことがわからなかったからお空に祈ってて。でね、大晦日もうすぐ年が明けるっていう時にね、流れ星がピューって流れたの。今みたいに。流れ星はね、消える前に3回願い事を唱えることができたら願いが叶うんだよ。知ってたかな？
Of course, that's the most common of common knowledge.
もちろんマユシーは一生懸命3回唱えたの。次の日、年が明けた頃にね、 オカリンは熱が下がって目を覚ましたのです。つまりマユシーはオカリンの命の恩人なんだよ。
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Mayuri.
いや違うな。あの状況で助かったのはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。
そうなの？
そうなのだ。
I was checking my expression for a second, don't mind me.
そっか。
Mayuri looks a little disappointed.
ねえねえ、熱が下がった時ね、急に見ているものがぐにゃぐにゃしてきて、立っていられなくてフラフラして、で、さっきのオカリンもね、大丈夫？また熱
The
出して
concern on
倒
her
れた
face
り
is
しな
so
い？
sincere. Looks like she was worried about my reaction to Maeka's disappearance. Jeez, my hostage is worrying about me. I find myself giving her a wry smile.
案ずるな。何も心配ない。
As I brush her worry off with a shrug, I think back to what happened 10 years ago. When I woke up from that fever, the first thing I saw was Mayuri's crying face. She's right, I vaguely remember describing my collapse that way. And come to think of it, it does seem to match with the sensation I felt a few hours ago when reading Steiner's activated.
そうか。この俺の魔眼は
Oh no, he's getting
まさに
more
あの時に
grounded in his
この
delusions.
身に宿ったのだな。
Not like this. Ah. So that's the choice of Steins Gate. I really was born with this power. No wonder John Titor called me a messiah. The maniacal laughter echoes into the night. The next day, the lab gets an unusual guest.
お邪魔します。
おお、ルカシじゃんか。
こんにちは、橋田さん。岡部さん。
ルカ子、妖刀サミダレを持ってこないとは何事だ。
How dare you not have something better with you, Lukaku?
今日お前が来ると聞いて、俺は殿下の宝刀ミストルティンの封印を解いたというの
Actually,
に。
I didn't know he was coming.
すみません。
Go back and get it.
今から取りに戻りますから。
いや、もういいんだ。
I look out the window with an expression of
つう
melancholy.
か、本当と北欧神話の魔剣って釣り合わなさすぎてカオスなんだけど。
僕、どうしたら。
ルカ子よ、お前は俺の弟子でありながら、
すみません。
こんな調子では使い物になる。どうだ、なんだったら。
僕が。
Lukaku looks at me
で
blankly.
も僕、どんくさいですし、科学とか機械とか、よくそれでもいいですか？
なんだ、マユリと変わらないではないか。
You read the thing.
ルカ君ならね、大歓迎だよ。でもね、ルカ君をラボメンにするなら、マユシーはオカリンに一つ条件があるん
Mayuri
です。
forces her away between us as if to protect Lukaku. She's the one who called Lukaku here. They're classmates.
それと、ルカ君はね、今日はマユシーのお客様なんだよ。マユリちゃん。でも僕、コスプレはするつもりはないから。サイズが合ってるかどうかの確認だけだよ。
Looks like Mayuri forced him to come. As far as she's concerned, pretty boys exist only to make her cosplay fantasies come true.
じゃ
Mayuri shows off the costume she made.
ーん。ライネットのキラリちゃんだよ。
So excited! He's so freaking excited about it. Is it just my imagination or is that outfit pretty skimpy? I don't know if this is the first time seeing it, but Lukaku just stares at the costume dumbfounded.
とりあえず完成度は70%っ ってところなんだ
I
けど
don't think
ね
Daru can survive
今
this.
この場でルカ君に試着してほしいんだここで着るの
Lukaku glances at me and Daru, then looks down to hide a
これを無
blush.
理だよお願い
Here's where I, as Lukaku's master, ought to help
我
out.
が弟子よ。衣装というのは己を変革するためにも重要な要素の一つだ。
Thought he's gonna freaking help
それを着るこ
Lukaku,
と
but
で
no.
お前も
岡部さんまでそんなことを。僕こんな恥ずかしい格好。
そこで恥ずかしがるからダメだというのだ。
そうだよきっとねとっても可愛くなるよ
それにまゆりはお前に来てもらうために眠る時間も大好物のバナナを
Your
胃袋に
favorite
入れる時
banana
間も
nourishment
ジュ
sign.
ーシーからその努力には報いるべきだ。
そうですけど。
The good nature of Lukaku is already bending to the power of my
さあ
words.
さあルカ君
ちょっと待って。
Mayuri grabs Lukaku's arm and drags him to the changing room.
恥ずかしがってないでまゆりちゃんそんなところ触らないでもねこれって着るのにコツだお願いだから脱がせ
すごくゆりで
It's
す
not Yuri Daru.
違うな。あれはユリではない。
ということは逆領食ですか
Reverse
むほー実にけしからん
Oh my dear lord. His imagination knows no bounds. A few minutes pass and out comes Mayuri first. She looks satisfied.
ルカ君ほら恥ずかしがら
Lukaku doesn't make an appearance and when Mayuri calls him.
ルカ君
Finally, nervous Lukaku comes out of the dressing room. Lukaku looks like he's about to cry. I can already see the tears forming. Isn't that skirt a little too short? Those bare legs are truly kept. Wait, oh god. I'm looking at guys' legs. What the hell am I saying? Why are his legs shaped? What's going on here, Lukaku?
まゆしは感動だよやっとルカ
So
君に
freaking happy about it. I can't.
恥ずかしいあのね可愛い
Cuteness is
お正気
justice.
なんだよ
わけがわからん。
さすがはまゆしの仕事だな服もモデル3次元においてはフェイリスタン最強説を唱えている僕だけどこのルカ氏に対してはついついロ
Look,
ーアン
she
グラ
almost
ー化したくなるよ
makes me want to become a low angler and
おか
hold.
りんの感想はどうかな
When urged to talk, I nod vaguely. I'm fascinated, but it's mortifying to admit that. Lukaku is Lukaku, yet Lukaku is a man, male. A man just shouldn't be fascinated by another man. I whip out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ今強烈な精神攻撃を受けている。いや機関の差し金ではなくむしろこいつまさか秋葉にはまだこれほどの先森がいたとは。こいつを覚醒させられることができれば機関に分かっている。まだこの町を奴らの手に渡すわけにはいかない。これがシュタインズゲートの選択なのだな。エルプサイコングル
I catch my breath, put away my phone, and turn back and smile at Lukaku and the others, who are staring blankly at me.
ルカコよ。我が
You shall
貴
go
重な
into
兵士
battle equipped with that costume and can't be bad.
戦い
Not like this.
キラリちゃんは刀は持たないよむしろねウーパーを
Mayuri, in high spirits, makes Lukaku hold the Upa cushion. His lips tremble as he reluctantly accepts the cushion. He clearly doesn't know what to do with
機
it.
関による魔の手はこの秋葉にまで迫ろうとしている。
Oh, hello, or bye bye. I pretend not to notice Lukaku's distress.
お前はこの混沌
What do you
渦
mean
巻く使徒を
to
守る
expanding
先森。
You're the guardian who protects the chaotic metropolis. Miko of Yanabayashi's right. Now it's the time for you to fulfill that duty. Lankata, keep in mind we were playing way more difficult games, I would say. Like, think about the Hungry Lamp. It had more, I would say, controversial takes. And we are currently playing the mature rated video game, so you actually get the notification before you join the stream. We're good, we're fine.
わかるかルカ子よ故に俺はそうだと思う
その下品な笑いやめたら外まで丸聞こえだぞ恥ずかしい
Risa enters the lab with those remarks. She's coming in late, like she's a company executive or something.
クリスチャントゥットゥル
やってくるなりこの俺に生意気な口を叩くお前は助手ではないか
助手じゃない何度も言わせるなだいたい痛い毛で気弱そうな女の子をおもちゃにして調子に乗ってるなんて最低だわ
痛い毛で気弱そうな女の子をおもちゃにす
いちいち反応するな変態
That's right, Christina doesn't know Lukaku's a guy. Correcting it is a pain, so I don't say anything.
それにしても
Okay, what's the email? Is that Shining Finger, part-time warrior? Just now, I saw two guys fighting on TV. I think it was some kind of competition. It really got my blood pumping. Hey, mind if I come over and put you in a straight arm bar? It'll be fun. What? At any
クリ
rate,
スティーナよルカ子の全身を下から上へと寝め回すようにして見つめるのはいい
してないわよそんなこと
クリスチャンどうかなこのポスルカ君にすごく似合って
これが噂に聞く
part of
ジャパニメーシ
Japanimation
ョン文化の
culture.
とてもキュートだなんてそん
Is your name capitalized or not? Because I keep doing it, but now I see it ain't. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, I like stuff that is not capitalized, but if you want to capitalize it, just go ahead, do whatever like suits you. As long as it has the HH at the end, I'm happy. So yeah, in general, as a username, I use it not capitalized, but since like it's a name, so like in the reference, then it's like obviously the capitalized one. But like if you're just like trying to tag me or something, just use the small one. Lukaku's eyes get wetter and wetter.
どうしてそんなに悲しそうなのあなたはとても可愛いんだから
Risa doesn't know, so she's not doing it intentionally, but I guess that makes things complicated for Lukaku. I should change the topic for Lukaku's sake. While I am a mad scientist, I also happen to be a perfect gentleman. I combed my hair with my fingers.
ルカお前の望みを聞くよ
ハイパーアクロバティックな会話のつなげ方だな
聞けルカ子思考は具象化するそしてこの日本は言霊の国お前も晴れてオタク世界の住人となった今そうすればこの地の混沌が
Lukaku puts his hands together in front of his waist and bends his head slightly to the side. His cheeks turn light pink. His bashful, squirming appearance with wet, upturned eyes would make anyone who saw him either want to hug him real tight or smack him upside the head. It's that damn powerful.
その聞いても
恥ずべきことは何もない
そりゃ世界を混沌にうんたらとか言ってるバカに比べればどんな願い
そこの助手人の望みを笑うとは
マユシーの願い
Risa definitely listens and judges.
美味しいものを
That's for
お腹い
sure.
っぱい食べることとウーパグッズでラボ
マユリには聞いていない
マユシーのお願いもショタインザゲー
ショタインザゲートってその間違い方神レベルだろ
Daru should be like logged down, I swear to God. We all ignore Daru. Lukaku puts his hand to his mouth and casts his eyes down. The same gesture as a female junior confessing her love to a male singer underneath a cherry tree. Cuteness overload must resist. Oh, he wants to be a girl. Chris is the first to react. Her expression is one of utter confusion. Well, that's only natural. Not even I expected that, so I accidentally swallowed my mwahaha.
だからもし
Aww.
女の子になれれば
So he has no confidence in himself.
自信が
He's prettier than any girl here, and yet he has no confidence. I'm well aware of the reason for this. It's because he's a guy.
持ってたんです。
待て、ちょっと待って。
Kurisa starts rubbing her temples.
我が助手よ。いや、クリスティーナよ。
助手でもクリスティーナでもないと言っとろうが。
お前は決定的な間違いを。
間違い？
わからないか、クリスティーナ。わからないだろうな。ならば教えよ
Here's the cabin now that with the killing keeps growing.
痛い毛で気弱そうな女の。こいつは女の子ではない。
何の冗談だそれ。
冗談も何も。アカシックレコードにも明記してある。揺ら
Actually,
ぐことな
we're
き
gonna
真
stop
実だ。
here for a second about Akashic records. So this is something that spiritual people actually believe in, and that you can like check stuff. So for example, when people believe that you can see the contract your soul made before coming to this world, right? You can see it in Akashic records. You can see your past lives in Akashic records too, and some other like information. It's like a big library of lives and events. So yeah, this is something people actually believe in and like specialize in reading and stuff like that. Like people that read tarot, but there's also people reading Akashic records too. Kurisa looks at Daru and Mayuri as if seeking help, but they nod with a knowing look in their eyes. As if for Lukako himself, he's just hanging his head in shame. Also, we are Omega back because all my checks show green again, and the bitrate is fine, and we stopped losing frames, so it's big. I think it was something on the Twitch side, or maybe my like internet provider side, but that didn't seem to be the case.
え？
Kurisa suddenly turns away as if to avoid my gaze. Then she walks up to Lukako.
漆原さん、岡部の言ってることは本当？
僕男です。
嘘だ。こんな可愛い子が
Oh,
男
and
の子
this
のはず。
cute can't be a boy. This confirmed Lukako is already a girl. In our hearts.
いや逆。それを言うならこんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがない。
そういう意味で言ったんじゃなくて。
Does that mean Chris knows the meaning of the phrase someone this cute can't be a girl? So she is an ad channeler.
ルカ子よ。
There was an anime name like this?
ありのままの
I
お前でい
think
ればいい。
so. Someone as
俺は
cute
俺たち
can't
は
be a girl.
男だろうが女だろうがお前を否定しない。
I cannot find it yet, but there was like something very, very similar with the name, right?
同時にお前の望みもまた。
いちいち俺たちって言い直さなくてもよくね。
Kurisu, unable to calm after learning the truth, started touching her own face and checking her hair in her pocket
あた
mirror.
ふたしているな、クリスティーナ。自分よりずっと女の子らしい男がいたと。
認めるわ。私は彼女、じゃなくて、これってショックで
This is a
顔
pretty
に
common level shot. Looks like she's seriously depressed.
クリスちゃんも可愛いよ。
フォローはいらない。ますます惨めになるから。
己の欠点を顧みることができる人間はいずれ強くなる。
You're still young.
クリスティーナよ。
Little
あ
Cabot
ん
is
たに
like 1 year
説教され
older,
る言われ
right?
はないぞ。
前言撤回だ。己の欠点すら顧みようとしないとは器の小さ
うるさい。あんたが言うな。
ごめんなさい。僕
Oh my dear lord.
変なこと言ったせいで。
Lukaku bows his head for some reason. His eyes are red and puffy. With such a cute girl or boy on the verge of tears, Kurisu and I have no choice but to stop arguing.
さて僕の愛用のデジカメはと。
おもむろに撮影会の準備を始めるな変態。
先生ローアングラーになりたいです。
But still, it was just a whim to ask for Lukaku's wish. I hardly expected this to happen, so that's how Lukaku thinks of himself.
しかしルカ子よ、その望みどこまで本気なのか。
He's truly desperate, then having a sex change operation is probably the best way to go. Judging by his current looks, Lukaku could become the star of Tokyo's LGBT community. No, screw that, he could even become a TV personality.
例えば夜眠りについて朝目覚め夢見すぎ。
Stop it with those puppy dog eyes. Are you that chihuahua from a certain popular commercial?
ルカ君かわいいね。そうキュート。
Looks like Kurisu's been struck by Lukaku's cuteness too. The skimpy costume he's wearing isn't helping. It's like... God damn it. Wait, how did we go into the... backlog? Oh, backlog. Ah, there it is. The skimpy costume he's wearing is not helping. It's like dunking your brain in a vat of pure moe, then you die. The scary part is that afterwards, you feel an irresistible urge to grant Lukaku's every wish. But as Lukaku said, it's going to be hard to find a nice, clean solution to his problem. And then Kurisu clears her throat. This reminds me of something I heard once. Exposition scene go. There's a saying that if you eat a lot of meat when you're pregnant, you'll have a boy. And if you eat a lot of vegetables, you'll have a girl. Source? Minmei Shobo? I saw it on the internet. Anyway, it sounds like an old wives' tale.
知らなかった。じゃあマユシーのママも
Only Mayuri's
マ
impressed.
ユシーはジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンばっかり。ねえねえバナナは
Do you think bananas count as vegetables? Mayuri is full of questions. I'll leave her to them.
それなら狩猟で暮らしていた原始人たちはどうなるのだ。彼らはおのずと男ばかり。そうなれば人類がここまで繁栄できていたかも怪しい。
別にそれが正しいって言ってるわけじゃない。なんとなく思い出しただけよ。いちいち噛みつかないで。
俺は噛みついてなどいない。クリスティーナよ。
What are you
思
implying?
い出せ。
電話レンジちゃん
Tell if you'll be a boy or a girl.
男の子か女の子かわかるの
No way in hell. Looks like Kurisu's got it. They don't call her a genius for
漆
nothing.
原さんのお母さんが妊娠。
いかに野菜をもっとたくさん
Lukaku, who doesn't know what females are, and Mayuri, who's just a little dumb, turn their heads in confusion at the same time.
や
Oh,
って
they
み
must
る
look
価値
so
はある
cute
と思わ
now.
ないか。
それは
今さら偽善で取り繕ろうとするなよクリスティーナ。俺は知っているぞ。
誰が実験大好きっ子だ。
違うのか。
違わないけど。
That settles it.
ちょい待ち。それでもし実験が成功
どうするとは。
だってルカ氏の性別が。
それがルカ子の望みだろ。
いやそうだけどもし性別が変わったらルカ氏が生きてきた16年それについ
He
て
is right.
誰が責任。
それは。
But on the other hand, Lukaku was living as a girl for quite a while, so maybe that wouldn't be that drastic change. Lukaku raises his hand timidly.
マジで言ってる。
よくわからないんですけど、だったらどうかお願いします。
He bows his head to me.
マユリ、お前の意見は。
ルカ君が女の子になっちゃった
I'm thoroughly concerned.
今度から
I just can't call him Lukaku anymore, and it's gonna be Luka-chan.
ルカちゃんはマユシーのコス。
Another story. At any rate, it doesn't look like Mayuri has any
決まり
objections.
だな。ならばルカ。 電話レンジカッコ仮は我がラボの最重要機密事。
あの
I always wanted to be a lab
この
member.
ラボそうだったの。言い出す勇気がなくて。そんなこと気にしなくていいんだよ。だってね
That's not something to be proud of, Mayuri.
ルカ子は今この時よりラボメンとなる。異論のある者はいないな。
はーい。
Kurisa raises her hand.
私ラボメンナンバー004を返上したいので、代わりに漆原さんを。
却下だ。他には？
はあ、
Mayuri and Daru ask what happened to 005, but ignore them. Maika will always be 005 in my heart. No other objections emerge. All members are in favor.
ではルカ子はラボメンナンバー006となる。以後ラボに抽選。さてということで
Wait, I suddenly realized something that makes me smack my forehead in dismay.
始まった。ルカ子は今16歳だったな。
はい
つまり1993年生まれ。
そうだよ。マユシーと同い年なので。
Wait, how long is Mayuri now when she was from 93? 32? I think she's 32, right? In order to tell Lukaku's mother to eat a lot of vegetables, we need to send an email to them 10 months before Lukaku was born, meaning we have to send it to 1992.
携帯が日本で普及し始めたのはいつだ？
Looks like Kurisa and Daru figured it out. Daru goes to Google it.
96年ぐらいっぽい。メール機能が実装されるの。
つまりルカ子
So
の
the
生ま
year
れた年
Lukaku
の
was
時点で
born, most people still didn't have cell
ル
phones.
カ子の母親も持ってい
Lukaku's
ない
mother
可
may
能
not
性が
have
ある。
had one. In that case, she might not be able to receive the email.
ああ、そう。ダメなんです。
Lukaku's face darkness. I fold my arms in thought. Some way to receive the mail in an era when cell phones weren't yet
こうなっ
widespread.
たら毒電波を飛ばせるよう改造する。
何よ毒電波。
ちょっとヤバい人
Why
た
is
ち
it
だ
only
けが
crazy girls?
ユンユンと受信できるんだ。電波っつうか電波？
毒されてるのはあんたの脳みそだろ。
いいよ。元の
だったら手紙をタイムカプセル。
それじゃあ
That would
過去じゃ
go
なく
to
て
the future, not
未
the
来に。
past.
そっか。
こうなったらあれだ。ルカシが雷に打たれるとか、それで性別で。
D メールを使わなきゃ実験の意味ないでしょ。脱線しないで。
Bye bye. I'll be probably finishing soon and finishing the chapter like tomorrow, so don't worry, you'll not miss that much. Have a nice sleep. Thank you for hanging out with me.
じゃあ、クリスちゃんのナイスアイデアにマユシーは期待です。
私？そうね。高速を事情倍ほど上回るロケットを開発すれば、あまりの速さに時間が逆行してとか。
自分だって電話レンジのこと念頭に置いてないじゃんか。
しかもこの天才少女め、今自ら相対性理論を否定したぞ。
単なる冗談でしょ。本気にしないで。
まったくどいつもこいつも使えないな。
だったら自称 IQ170 の灰色の脳細胞、狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法王院さん、代案をどうぞ。
ふむ、頭の片隅でひら
めけの精神だな。
This sensation, my natural mad scientist inspiration is about to explode.
思いついた。
All eyes focus on me. With a broad grin, I
携帯が
proclaim,
なければポケビルに送ればいいじゃない。
Oh, pagers, right. That was a thing in the past, right? Some people had that. Before we had like text messages and email. About 22 hours have passed since I made my mind-blowing, awesome proclamation.
こんにちは。
Luca enters the lab shyly, just as he did yesterday. He gives me a bashful smile when our eyes meet.
お母さん、ポケベルを持ってました。ああ、
これで前に進めるわね。
ルカシ女の子バージョンか。燃え
Mayuri,
るの確
Chris, and
定。
Dara are already on standby. Sending an email to a pager. Yesterday we argued about whether it's even possible. Eventually we settled on probably. Data is data after all. The rest depends on the pager radio wave stations 8 years ago, but it should be fine as long as our data gets through safely. We already googled how to send data to a pager. For the pagers back then, you would first enter the other person's pager number, and then, if in the Kanto region, enter *2*2. After that, you would enter the numbers to send. That's how it worked, apparently. Pagers in 1992 could still only send numbers. Phone number display functions were also yet to be implemented, so your number was hidden from the other person by default. A few years after that, pagers started to implement Japanese character displays, enabling functionality similar to that of a mail. Therefore, the email Lukaku's about to send is technically not a mail, though. It has to be sent in numerical form. Naturally, I have a conversion table for that on hand. You can find information even from 18 years ago if you just Google it. I was pretty worried by the lack of information on pagers at first, but that's my little secret.
漆原さん、あとは過去のお母さんにも。
僕がですか？
Buddies. Oh no, he's kinked, Nya. If we don't find him and kill him, misfortune will fall upon Akiba, Nya. His name is the end of tutorial. He's small and nimble and he cries choo choo, Nya. Come here quick. Paris needs your help. I can help, but it won't be cheap. Explain to Lukaku the function of the phone wave, name subject to change. The numbers we are sending are 1-byte characters, so we can send 36 of them. The pager's number-to-letter conversion system uses 2 numbers to correspond to 1 Japanese character. Furthermore, since you first need to input *2*2, that means you can only send 16 hiragana characters. Lukaku, understanding everything, takes out a notebook to begin writing drafts for the pager message. I show Lukaku to code the site I found. It reads pager number and letter conversion. Pager typing is commonly known as two-touch typing or pager input. It's somewhat different from a cell phone input. You choose the constant and then input the vowel. The constants are A, K, S, T, N, H, M, Y, R, W. The vowels are A, I, U, E, O. U, E, I. Basically, to input K, you press 2 to input the constant K. Then you press 4 for the vowel E.
結構めんどいな。僕はてっきり
どうして831な？
831で野菜じゃん上皇。野菜野菜野菜ってのルカシのお母様の。
そんなメッセージではいたずら扱い。
だったら2929。
一応聞いてやるが、どういう。
肉肉肉肉。
This is exactly what we're not wanna do.
肉好きにさせてどうする。
違うよ。それだけ肉肉って連呼され。
あるわねえよ。
Lukaku completes his composition while we speak our nonsense. Mom, eat veggies, okay?
そのまますぎじゃ
Isn't that
ね。
a little too
冒
vague?
頭の母さんは不要だろう。余計な疑念を抱かせ。
じゃあ
Eat lots of veggies to give birth to a girl.
ひねりすぎるのもね。
野菜食べると元気な。
ちょい待ち。この変換表によると濁点も数字に。その文章だと半角よ。
ならば少し改変だ。
言い方が下品じゃない？相手は漆原さんのお母さんでしょ？
Bitch
ふと
4.
の部分。
ならば代案を出してもらおうか。
Yurisi shrugs her shoulders and says no more. Then it's settled.
じゃあ早速打ってみようよ。
When sending to a pager, the number encoded message is handled like a telephone number, so we enter the input into X68000. I'm not gonna read that number out loud. No, forget it. The long, random-looking string of numbers is complete.
よし、準備万端 OK だ。
Now we just activate the phone wave and have Luca call. The microwave timer is set to 154,152 seconds. It should arrive around January 1st, 1993. The margin of error is around 1-3 days. I guess leap year calculation's a pain, so I ignored it. Lukaku's slender finger starts to tremble on top of the enter button.
起動するぞ。
Lukaku looks at me with tears in his eyes, then nods faintly. The discharge phenomenon soon occurs. Lukaku flinches and takes a step back, but then I see determination flare in his eyes. He sets his jaws and pushes the enter button. There we go. We actually have the vertigo. No. And he gone. A wave of dizziness hits me again. I place a hand on the table to support myself. The dizziness slowly fades. Little by little, color returns to the world. Reading Stein are activated again. Did the world line change? I look around the room. Unlike what happened with Nyaehh, Lukaku is still here. He blushes when he notices my stare. I fold my arms and tilt my head. Lukaku's appearance hasn't changed a bit. I'm paying particular attention to his chest, and his chest, and his chest. As a guy, it's natural for him to have no breasts. But if he's a girl now, then that's a different story. That washboard isn't tiny breast level, it's no breast level.
これは失敗か。
So the eats lots of vegetables to give birth to a girl thing Kurisu talked about was nothing but fringe science. What kind of scientist believes such a flimsy theory anyway? Everyone, including Lukaku, looks at me in confusion.
何言って。お前たち、揃いも揃ってボケているのか？
I slap a hand over my
たった今、
mouth as soon as
こ
I
の電話
stop
レンジカッ
talking.
コ仮で
That was careless of me. As our previous experiments proved, the activation of reading Steiner means that the world line has changed. And I'm the only one who carries his memories through the change. Nobody else here knows what we did.
いや、なんでもない。
Afterwards, Mayuri and Lukaku happily go out shopping for lunch at the neighborhood convenience
クリスティー
store.
ナよ。一つ聞きたいのだが、ルカ子は
今度はどんな変態的行為を考えてるんだ。あんたたち変態コンビは油断も好き。
変態コンビじゃねえ。僕たち
Are
は
we gentlemen?
変態紳士コンビだ。
どうでもいい。ほんと。どう。
Damn, I can't ask now. It's really annoying that no one remembers. I don't want to think about how Kurisu might react if I suddenly ask, is you Lukaku a girl? I should wait until I can get Lukaku alone and check then, but considering how his appearance hasn't changed at all, it's very likely that the sex change failed. In that case, what did Lukaku's D-male change? It's just like the Nyaehh experiment, the result is different from what we expected. The real problem is that we have no control. After I leave the lab, I head to my Queen Nyan Square to think. Daru sits in front of me, waiting impatiently for Faris to bring her
Daru.
order.
D メールについて。
すごいような、すごくないような。
すごくないと思った理由は？
フェイリスタンとのライネット勝負の結果を改変できなかったお。
何度かの実験で分かったが、D メールの精度はまだ信頼できるレベルには達していない。運の要素が絡んでくるのは装置としては欠陥だ。もっと送り手側がコントロールできるようにならなければ、実用性が低いままのガラクタに終わる。
For starters, that's the problem of how I'm the only one who recognized the changes. Without my special power, we wouldn't even be able to check the results of the experiment. Ridiculous. I stopped by the store to buy some crunch chicken since you said you wanted to eat them, but you're not even here. That's mean. I put them in the fridge, so eat them soon, okay? Okay. Pending. Although it was Lukaku's mistake that cost us the prize, he wouldn't have been in a position to make that mistake if I hadn't asked him to buy the ticket in my stead. But why did I do that? It's as if Steins guided the money away from my grasp. No, I need to think
こ
positive.
の法院教魔ともあろう男が
言葉の意味はわからん。
あの電話レンジカッコ仮でゆくゆくは人間をそれがシュタインズゲートの先
Paris is standing right next to me. Where the hell did she come from?
己フェイリス盗み聞きとは卑劣な
何言ってるのにゃ。京馬の声が大きすぎて店中に響き渡ってたにゃ。
No. Once again, I leaked classified information concerning the future of mankind.
アイスコーヒーとアイスティーと猫まんまお待たせしましたにゃ。
Daru's order of cat food is one of his maid's cava specialties. It's not the usual miso over rice, but a stylish risotto instead. It's one of Daru's favorites. It's actually pretty tasty. Paris places the iced coffee in front of me.
ミルクとかむしろは入れますかにゃ。
断る
そんな京馬には全部入れちゃうにゃ。脳には適度な糖分が必要にゃ。
Despite my refusal, Paris pulls all of the milk and syrup into my glass.
にゃんにゃんにゃんにゃ。
Trying to get better with that expression going nyan 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 nyan. Then, speaking some nonsense incantation, she mixes my iced coffee with the straw, and the whole time she stares straight into my eyes.
出た。これぞフェイリスタンの秘技。目を見て混ぜ混ぜだ。
Daru starts explaining in excitement.
普通ならドリンクをこぼさないようにするだけでも大変なはずなのに、フェイリスタンはそれをこの秘技により、フェイリスタンはメイクインにおける人気ナンバーワンメイドとして君臨しているのだ。
The iced coffee in the glass changes from black to brown. Damn, she's dragging me into her pace again. Next, Faris performs the same secret technique on Daru.
フェイリスタン、ありがとうございます。
He bows deeply, such a polite man. I take a sip of my iced coffee. Its bitterness and sweetness flow down my throat. When I look up, I see Faris standing next to me, her silver thread in front of her
な
waist.
んだ何か用事か
続きを聞かせるにゃ。京馬とダルにゃ面白そうなお話してたにゃ。タイムマシンがどうとかって。
He's already part of the conversation. They have no choice.
フェイリスとっても聞きたいにゃ。
She gives me a babyish look with the upturned eyes, but I firmly reject her.
極秘事項だ
さっき店中に響き渡るぐらい大声で話してたのは
だ
ダルにゃ。フェイリスに教えてほしいにゃ。
Oh, we're done for. He's gonna tell her everything. She's targeting Daru now. Don't underestimate him, Faris Nyan Nyan. Daru is my most trustworthy right-hand man, the wizard Kasapahaka. He won't be tricked into divulging classified information.
実はメールを過去に送れるっていうすげえマシンを作ったんだお。
We're done.
主に僕
We're
が
so done for now. And he's broken. Women are scary.
それってつまり
そういうことになるかな。
タイムマシンを作ったなんてすっごいにゃ。フェイリス
マジで困ったな。うえうえ。
Jambas, what's with the grin?
フェイリスはタイムマシンに乗って時間旅行するのが夢なのにゃ。
僕がいつか連れてって
だる安請け合いするな
ところで昔から疑問だったんやけど
何
よく時間を川に例えて過去から未来に向かって流れてるとかいう。でも本当にそうなのかにゃ。もし川の流れだとして過去と未来に挟まれた現在はどこにあるのにゃ。
そういえば漠然とイメージはあるけど真面目に考えたことは
That's
ない
right. We are
な。
making a time machine and we don't even grasp the concept of time.
現在は川の上に浮かぶ葉っぱだそれは過去から未来へと流れに沿って動いていく
そんじゃその葉っぱに全ての人間が乗ってるって考えればいいのかにゃ。死んだら葉っぱから落ちるってことになるのにゃ。
そういうことだろうその葉っぱのある地点よりか
ふにゃー。その葉っぱは 人間にとっての現在にゃ。
というと
人間が時間に単位を作って観測してるから、葉っぱは現在だってわか
He
るな。
went for philosophical on that one.
例えば全宇宙すべての生き物が絶滅しちゃった世界だと、その場合どこが現在になるのにゃ。
神様とか宇宙の意志とかが観測するんじゃね？
じゃあもしその神様が4次元的存在だとしたら、過去にも未来にも自由に生きることになるにゃ。その神様の現在が基準になるなら、フェイリスたちの現在も
むむむ。
つまり現在は観測者の主観に委ねられる。
もしそうなら過去と未来も主観次第になっちゃうにゃ。もしタイムマシンでフェイリスが1週間前にタイムトラベルしたとしたら、キョーマやダルニャンの現在と、
そういえばそうだな。
I'm
だ
gonna
と
be
し
such
た
a
ら
good
その
friend
ズレ
with
は
Makisa.
葉っぱだとどうやって表現するのかな。
Definitely. Kurisu's gonna love her. Neither Daru nor I has an answer to that. Perhaps nobody has an answer, just like the collapse of casuality thing that Kurisu mentioned. Does that mean that the time machine and time travel are impossible after all? But CERN's gel fight test subjects physically traveled as far as back as 1921.
そもそも観測者の主観に委ねられるなら、時計は関係なくなっちゃうのにゃ。
I
楽
agree,
しい時間
clothes
は
are
早く
meaningless.
過ぎるし、辛い時は時間が過ぎるのが遅く感じるにゃ。つまり主観だと、
そういえばさ、年を取るにつれて時間の流れって速くなってるよ。
ジャネの法則だな。
とまあフェイリスはたまにそんなことを考えてるのにゃ。だから安易に時間を川の流れに例え、
考えれば考えるほどこんがらがってきた罠。
The strict definition of time, similar to the question of where is the self, is one of humanity's eternal questions. Countless renowned scholars have left this question unanswered. There is no way amateurs like us can ever answer it. But there is one thing I can do.
にゃにゃ。
案ずるな。俺たちが開発するタイムマシンはそういう哲学的であったり。
そうそう、そういう
にゃー、開き直っちゃったにゃ。でもダルニャンたちの作ったタイムマシン、
まあ僕の権限ならフェイリスタンにも使わせて。
本当かにゃ。約束だにゃ。
ダル、勝手なことをほざくな。
Paris springs up with joy and hugs Daru's round body. That's all it takes to make Daru look like he's died and gone to heaven. After killing some more time at the May Queen, I leave Daru and head back to the lab. When I arrive, I find Kurisu sitting on the bench in front of the Brown's Tube workshop, talking on her
何よ
phone.
それ。日本に呼びつけておいて、そう。結局会うつもりなんかなかったんでしょ。
She's crying. The street is dark and her hair is covering her eyes, so I can't make out her expression, but from the sound of her voice I can tell that she's crying.
一体何がしたかったのよ。それすら教えてくれな。
Kurisu lifts her head in surprise. She must have noticed me. She falls into an awkward silence and turns and walks away. It looked like she was crying. I wonder if she got into a fight. Who could have made her cry like that? Her boyfriend? Even a friendless, experimenting, loving girl like her can get a boyfriend. No, there's no way such an arrogant, abusive girl can have a boyfriend. But then who was it? A sibling? Or maybe her father who she hasn't seen in 7 years? I'm afraid to ask. Kurisu's scary when she snaps. The memory of her baleful glare sends a shiver up my spine. I hurry to the second floor. When I'm safe in the lab, I start browsing Ad channel. It doesn't look like Titor has made an appearance today. The Titor craze has dominated the cult board for the past week is starting to die down. In the end, it looks like I'm the only one who took Titor seriously. Just about everyone is skeptical of him now, especially the poster called Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. Honestly, I can't tell Titor's true intentions either. Suddenly I hear the door swing open. Startled, I turn to face the sound. Kurisu is standing there glaring at me. So she was crying. Why did she come back?
おうおう。
別に
いや、どう見ても泣いてただろう。
いい加減なこと言わないで。
目が赤い。
Her glare weakens for a second, but then returns at doubled intensity.
でも泣いてないから。
論理性のかけらもないな、クリスティーナ。
In fact, she's not acting like herself at all. Did she come up here just to claim that she wasn't crying? She should have just gone back to her hotel and cried into a pillow instead of coming here to make excuses.
とにかく泣いてない。わかった？これ以上追求するなよ。
Even now, instead of going back to her hotel, she plops onto the sofa and hugs Mayuri's Upa plushie to her chest like a little girl. For the next few minutes, she just sits there, pouting and staring at the wall. If the TV were on, then we could have a little background music for some distraction, but unfortunately, painful silence prevails. The only sounds are the whirling of the desktop's hard drive and Kurisa's occasional sniffle. Jeez, what an annoying assistant. How are we supposed to get any science done like
クリ
this?
スティーナ。
うっさい。話しかけるな。
Your lips said don't, but your aura says please. Maybe she's begging for
いい
attention.
か。話さなくていいからだ。お前が困っているならば、俺は全力で解決に協力する。
Kurisa looks at me blankly.
俺だけじゃなく、マユリもダルも、おそらくそう言うだろう。だから、気軽に相談するといい。一人で強がって抱え込んでいるより、弱音を吐きたい時には吐いてしまえ。ちゃんと聞いてやる。
なんで？
お前はすでに我がラボの大切な仲間だからだ。
For some reason, Kurisa blushes and hangs her head. She hugs Upa so hard his face caves in.
悪かった。ちょっと。
別に今話さなくてもいい。話したくなったらいつでも言え。
She nods softly. Looks like my sincerity has reached her. Just as planned. Show a friendless, experimenting loving girl just a little kindness and she'll easily grant you her favor. How do I know that? Because I too have few friends. Kurisa's help is critical to solving the mystery of the phone wave. Now that my plan has succeeded, her petty private matters shall no longer be an impediment to our science. Normally, I, the great Ho in Kyoma, would not concern myself with the mental health of my minions, but if this is the price I must pay to bring my dream to fruition, so be it. With this, Kurisa's loyalty is assured. Soon the world will tremble before us. I spent the next morning doing laundry at the nearby laundromat. When I returned to the lab just past noon, Daru, Mayuri, and Kurisa are all assembled.
土曜日なのにご苦労。研究熱心なラボメンばかりで頼もしい限りだ。
そうよね。
Kurisa sighs deeply.
夏真っ盛りのこの時期にどこで選択を誤ったんだろう。
She's really giving us a verbal beatdown.
涙を拭け。友達が一人もいない実験大好きっ子よ。
I told you it's too late, Nyaehh. What are you talking about? You haven't told me anything. Wait a minute. Is that Fetty's message from the future?
泣いとらんわ。だいたいメールでよ。
いかにも俺だ。だが律儀にそれにした。
クリスちゃんはね、本当はとっても素直で真面目な女の子なんだって。マユシ、
She has
そんな
Nuggies.
クリスちゃんがね、マユシ、
ナゲット食べながらいきなり
Don't
何言い出すのよ。
let it
この子
bother you. That's just Mayuri's nature. I've been with her for a long time, so I'm used to
グ
it.
リフラグですね。わかります。
Ah,
わからんでよろしい。
はい、クリスちゃんに。
ありがとう。
while listening to their heartwarming banter, I go to put my laundry on the table. However,
そんなところに置くなよ。 汚いな。
洗濯済みだ。
知るか。年頃の女子がいる前にパンツを含む洗濯物をどう。
俺のパンツが気になってしょうがないのならばそう言え。
気になってなんか。
二人ともパンツ
そうは言いつつも口にナゲットを運ぶ手は止めないのな。
俺の話の腰を折るな。
I end up putting my laundry in the changing room.
昨日ダルには話したが D メールには不確定要素が強すぎるということだ。
しょうがないんじゃない？受け取った側がどういう、逆に言えば相手の性格、性質を分析し誘導させることだって可能かもしれないし、そういう心理学的な要素を考えるのはどこぞの
Holy
マキ
underwear.
セ氏さ、パンツっていい？
パンツはともかくとして D メールにまだ博
I
打の
need
よ
a
うな
more
感覚が
solvable
あ
time
るの
machine
は
before I
確
can
実
expose CERN and the organization and plunge the world into chaos.
そこで今回諸君に集まってもらったのは他でもない。本日の円卓会議の
またいつの間にか円卓。
そんなに円卓会議やりたいならせめて円卓を買ってきなさいよ。
違うよクリスちゃん。
The round table is in
メ
our
リさんって
hearts.
本当に純真な子なのね。
そうなの？
円卓の定義など今はどうでもいいのだ。 D メールではなくセルンと同じように物理的タイムトラベルを行う方法を模索した。
バカ言わないで。
That was fast. And she's glaring at me even harder than she was during the whole underwear thing.
セルンがあれだけの大規模な装置を使ってすでに9年もかけてる。私たちにどうにかできるわけないじゃない。
ゲルオカリンになっちゃう。
Look at me.
ゲロカエルン的な？つうかあれ、
あ、いいや、笑い事じゃなく。
諦めるには早すぎるのではないか。
だから史上初じゃないって。セルンの方が先じゃね？
No, we don't know that.
人類史上初の時空を超えるメール。
根拠のない自信ね。そもそも D メールが使えるようにな、未だにリフターに代替しているもの。
それが解明できればいいのだろう。
全然ダメ。セルンですら解決できていない問題には局所場指定ができないんじゃどこに飛ぶかわからない。
何もない宇宙のど真ん中に飛ばされるのはごめんだ
That
お。
is a problem. If you can't control where you'll end up, your time machine is worthless.
いやちょっと待て。 D メールは局所場指定をしていないぞ。
言われ、
メルアド指定してるからちゃん。
そうなのかな。携帯
電波が届かないところにいますってなるんじゃない
The
かな。
timestamp. The messages have a timestamp. So that's when they know where they should arrive. I stare at my phone.
あるいは携帯電話は
憶測で物を言うべきじゃない。
ワームホールができている可能性は？
未だかつてワームホールの実在が確
I
認されたこ
groan.
とはない。
Carissa and Dad fall silent. The problem has them stumped too. Mayuri's the only one smiling. She probably doesn't understand and just smiling because she feels like
いず
it.
れにせよ厳然たる事実として D メールは各タイムトラベルについても D メールを応用すれば実現の可能性はあるのではないか。
でもさ、D メールじゃ36バイトプラスアルファのデータ量しか送れないじゃん。人間を丸々物理転送させるなんてマジ
Same
無
problem
理。
that CERN is having, and the reason their subject turned into Jellyman.
ゲルオカリンになりたければ止めないわよ。
Recalling the fate of CERN's researchers make my skin crawl. Kera black holes, ring singularities, supergravitational space-time distortions. If you can adjust the lifter's volume of electron injection, you might be able to make the ring singularities naked. But even CERN is having a hard time controlling the lifter. Even if we do figure out what's functioning as the lifter in our time machine, I doubt we'll be able to solve the problem easily. Meaning that at present, we can only send a mere 36 bytes of data. I wonder how much data there is in a human body. I bet it's more than an exabyte.
物理的転送なんて考えない方が身のためね。データだけのタイムトラベルだけでもすごいことなんだから。それで我
Sending
慢す
data
べき。
through time is enough, right?
世の真理を探求する科学者とは思えない。
身の丈に合ったことを考えろ。真理を探求するなら叱るべきず。こんな貧乏サークルじゃ。ここ前から思ってたけど、電話レンジはちゃんとしたセルンがタイムマシンの研究を極秘にしてるなら、私たちはきちん。
もし公表すれば。
あのね、こっちは真面目に話してるんだぞ。
それに俺たちはセルンを奴らは人体実験までしている非常な連中。その背後にはもし電話レンジカッコ仮を公表すれば
映画の見過ぎじゃない？
300人委員会という名前が
そうだけど。
Priest's tone weakens.
なんだか
ハッキングがバレたらガチで僕たち消されそうだよね。
それにこれが何よりも問
I
題
lower my voice and look hard at each one of them in turn.
公表してしまったら
あんたね。
俺は法王院京馬、時空を支配する狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。
ダメだこいつ。早くなんとかしないと。
え？
クリスティーナ、お前
うるさい。それ以
He's
上。
not. Krisa gives me her sharpest glare yet. Her eyes are so cold my spine turns to ice. I nod and swallow what I was going to say.
そういえばダルよ、セルンへのハッキングはその後さらに進んだか？
ああ、今はセルンの膨大翻訳しながら全部読むのに何年かかるやら。まあ基本的にはセルンは今や
That
お
belongs
前が
to
味
me.
方でよかったとつくづく思うよ。
If only you weren't so weak to
それでクリ
seduction.
スティーナ、
そのいちいち芝居がかった喋り方、どうにかならない？
Mayuri takes a cute idol-like pulse and smiles for some
ク
reason.
リスさん、あのね、オカリンの幼なじみとして教えた。
そのうちっていうのが10年後じゃないことを。
お前この俺と10年来の付き合いをしたいというのか？
皮肉よ、皮肉。
そうか、ではさっさと報告しろクリスティーナ。でなければお前
違うっつってんでしょ。
He glares at me again. My blood goes cold.
一応時間を見て翻訳は進めてるけど、今のところタイムマシンに関する目新しい情報はなし。やっぱりセルンも問題の解決策を見つけようと四苦八苦してる。
Maybe it'll have to wait another 24 years like Tyler
ダ
said.
ル、他に成果は？
成果じゃないけど、今セルンは実験の真っ最中みたいでさ、ちょうど LHC がフル稼働してんだよね。そこに割り込んでこっそり使わせてもらえ。
嘘。
Risa's stunned. Honestly, so am
それ
I.
ってすごいの？
すごいどころじゃない。スーパーハッカー、恐ろしい子。
おいクリスティーナ、お前
何のこと？
でもまあそれができるようになったところで使い道なんてないだろうけどな。
作戦は順調だな。第3段階には
第3段階って何ぞ？
セルンがひた隠しにしている禁断の領域、そこに隠された闇を暴くことに決まっている。
日本語で OK。
IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースがあっただろ。
Data frowns.
ああ、それは無理って言ったじゃん。
IBN5100 さえあれば。
なる。でも逆に言えばだからこそ
We don't have the IBN. Again, the feeling of disconnect. The conversation isn't making sense.
IBN5100 は
え、手に入れ。
Puzzled, I look at Kurisa and Mayuri. Mayuri looks confused, like always. Kurisa meets my eyes and shrugs her shoulders.
私も聞いてないわよ。
バカな。
That just can't be. I dash into the development room. The IBN should be on the shelf inside in the cardboard box, and it weighs 25 kilos, too heavy for a single person to carry. But when I go to look,
ない。
it's gone. It's no longer where I left it.
IBN5100 ここに置いてあったのに。 どこに消えた？
Everyone looks at me in a surprise.
何を鳩が豆鉄砲食らったみたいな顔している。
そんなの知らない。
柳林神社に奉納。
幻覚でも見てたんじゃない？
The spirit drags me down like quicksand. We can't hack the database without the IBN. Who stole it? The organization. CERN. CERN is a possibility. Maybe they noticed our hacking and stole the IBN from the lab. No. Even if they could steal the IBN from the lab, they can steal Mayuri and Deiru's memories of it. What happened? Kiryu Mecha. Maybe I should check with her first. Could someone other than Mecha have stolen the IBN? I consider the possibilities. The next name that comes to mind
ま
is
さか
John Titor.
そうだ。
Of course. Titor's goal was to obtain the IBN, and I've already contacted him several times, but how did he get my personal
すでに俺
information?
は何度かコンタクト
While
を
I'm trying to decide whether I should send the email, Kurisu tells me to
どうやって俺
calm
の
down.
個人情報を
A
手に
high
入れた？
school girl is cheating me. She dares make me a fool of Ho in Kyoma. Irritated, I explained the purpose of the IBN 5 and how I came to obtain one. During that time, I also sent Mecha email for confirmation.
IBN5100 が消えたのはこれま
おお。
でも私の主観ではこれまでに送った D メール
最初に電話連
オカリンは変態って内容で送った。
Yeah, that's not the one that's changing
D メール実
anything.
験で私が岡部の携帯に何十通も送った。
僕も2通送ったお。
それともう一通岡部が
だが俺の主観では
ロト6の当たり番号を書いて。
岡部以外は送ったところを誰も。
だがお前たちにもその後で見せたはずだぞ。
あれは惜しかったよね。
それぐらいじゃ。
いやまだある。
そうだった。でもそう主張しているのは岡部だけなのよね。
だから言っているだろう。世界が改変される前と後で。
それであんたの主観ではその IBN5100 は
それは
I put my index finger on my forehead and searched my memories. That's from Russia, right? All I know about Russia are those cute dolls. I've never been... IBN.
確か8月3日だ
間違いないのね。
と思いたいが。
So many things have happened, my memories are a jumble. Let's go over the events which led me to obtaining the IBN. I heard that Faris was a retro PC maniac who knew about the IBN. I learned that 9 years ago she donated her IBN to Yanabayashi Shrine. I asked Lukaku's dad for help and he lent me the IBN just like that, mission complete. At the very least, Faris and Lukaku should remember what happened. I should give them a call. First up is Lukaku. Oh, that. That was just Lukaku getting embarrassed for no
そ
reason.
れより IBN5100 柳林神社に9年俺が少し前に神社に行って探し当てたんだよな。
そんなはずは。
違う。
僕の記憶では。
What? Is this another effect of changing the past?
IBN5100 が
Oh,
その
hello,
神社に
Demosthenes.
あったのは事実なんだな。今どこにいる？
I hope your weekend is
近くにお前の
going
親父
great.
さんはい
Mine
る
is very, very hot right now.
そうか。
はい。すみません。
IBN was at the Yanabayashi Shrine, that's a fact, and Lukaku knew that. I need to check if it's still there or not. Could the IBN have returned to the shrine? Did that huge retro PC sprout legs and trot back? That's just silly. But gel bananas have teleported out of the microwave. Micah also instantly moved from the lab to somewhere else. Considering that it's entirely possible that the same thing happened to the IBN, maybe I should go check her. Next is Faris. But the way I haven't told Faris my phone number, I'm afraid that if I talk to her on the phone, she'll drag me into her usual nonsense, so there's only one option.
マユリを
Mayuri's eating her eclair. She must have stuck some in the fridge when I wasn't looking.
おかりんも食べる？おいしいよ。
Now that she mentions it, Kurisu and Daru are eating too.
のんきな奴らだな。
全て岡部の妄想って可能性もあるわけだし、慌てたってどうしようもない。
It's not just in my head, it's not.
フェリスちゃんに用事。
今日のフェイリスタンはバイト休みだお。
Hold on, Daru, you know Faris' schedule better than her coworker. I award you the title of Faris Stalker.
マユリは奴の携帯番号を知っているだろう。連絡を取ってみてくれ。
いいよ。
Mayuri takes out her phone and makes a call. After a short wait, Mayuri smiles.
フェリスちゃん、こんにちにゃんに
にゃん
Alright. This is the first time Kurisu had heard Mayuri speak Nyaehh.
ゃん。休みなのにごめんね。あのね、おか
Yoma? The hell they are talking about? By the way, Faris is the only person who calls me by my true name, Ho in Kyoma. I'm thankful for that, but she still drives me
と
crazy.
にかく変わるね。はい、おかり。
It's Mayuri's phone. Faris' face is displayed on the LCD. She's wearing cat ears even though it's her day off. I mean, you just don't stop being a cat girl.
俺だ。お
Nyaehh!
用事なんて珍しい
Nyaehh is actually such a cool way of saying hello. How unusual for Kyoma to contact me, Nyaehh.
どうしても聞きたいこと。お前は昔柳林人。何？にゃんとはどういう意味？
Have I started to talk like her? Kurisu bursts out laughing. Looks like she's heard.
間違いないにゃんっていう意味にゃ。IBN5100 っていう名前。
何？
ダルニャンに教えてもらったのにゃ。
So that's it. At any rate, Farid has confirmed that IBN was at Yanabayashi Shrine. So did the IBN disappear from the lab after I retrieved it? No, Kurisu and the others lost the memories of me bringing it back to the lab, so I'm considering two possibilities. One, I went to the shrine but didn't acquire the IBN, it's still at the shrine. Two, before I went to the shrine, someone moved the IBN somewhere else. Looks like I'll have to go to the shrine after all.
レトロ PC がどうしたの？
Nothing.
いや。
Faris was a retro PC maniac, wasn't she? Let's just make sure.
IBN5100 についてお前はカリスマメイドとしてこの秋葉に強いネットワークを持っているだろう。それを使って
We only need to find one. It doesn't matter if it's the one I found at the shrine.
探してもいいけど条件があるの。
条件？
Is she trying to strike a deal? That's unexpected.
聞こ
じゃあこれからフェイリスのお家まで来てほしい。
う。うちだと？
Where's this apartment of
お前のう
yours?
ちはどこ
I
だ？
quickly prepared a memo pad and write down the address Faris inside.
お前秋葉に住んでいるのか？
That'll make things quick, judging by the address it should be right next to the station.
それじゃ待ってるにゃ。
I return Mayuri's phone and stand up from the couch. Let's stop by Yanabayashi Shrine and then head to Fari's place. Daru is gonna lose it if he knows that we're going to her place. I look over my shoulders with a frown.
なぜお前たちまでついてくるんだ？
Mayuri and Daru are following me, even though I didn't ask them to come. Kurisu stayed back at the
だ
lab.
ってね、マユシーは一度ね。
つうかフェイリスタンのプライ
No, I am missing this.
ベート突せざ
It
るを
might be a
得な
bad
いだろ
idea to take the
上皇
Faris stalker along. A really bad idea. Well, whatever. If Faris has a problem with it, then we can send him away when we get there. Nothing else matters as long as I get Faris to search for an IBN. Of course, if the IBN is at a Yanabayashi shrine, then that won't even be necessary. I stop by the shrine, but Lukaku's not here. I guess he was out when he answered the phone earlier. I've got no other choice, so I go to the humble shrine office and press the intercom button. Look at that, comes out. When I try asking him about the IBN was donated to the shrine, he answers it certainly was. But after he tries looking for it, he says he can't find it anywhere and he has no idea where it went. I ask if he lent me the IBN before, but that event is gone from his memory. What's going on there? While heading towards Fari's place, I analyzed the situation. The IBN had disappeared from the lab, even though it was there just a few days ago. It has also disappeared from Yanabayashi shrine. It's like some god is messing with me, moving it every time I get close. The D-mail definitely have something to do with this. I can only begin to imagine how the past has changed. At any rate, it looks like we have to rely on Paris. The usual weekend crowd packs the front of Akiba Station. Girls dressed in maid outfits and school uniforms diligently distribute flyers to the passers-by. I appreciate their efforts in this god-awful heat. After a few melanin-boosting moments of walking in the sun, I came to a sudden stop.
どうしたの？
That's good to be a lab member 005 Kiryu Moeka. Wait, is she a lab mem? Mayuri and Daru don't remember her. Well, whatever.
なんという幸運。
There's something I need to ask her. I run up to Moeka.
おい、始圧師。
I try getting her attention, but she's stuck in her own little world. Why is it gone? Why can I find it? Ah, she's having... She's also looking for it, so
聞いてい
it
る
was
のか、
not
シャ
her
イニングフィ
typing
ン
it.
ガー。
どこかにあるはずじゃないと。
No
桐
reaction.
生萌えか。
Moeka stops muttering. She finally looks up. Actually, she just looks at my feet.
岡部君。
お前、ラボから IBN
Mayuri and
5100
Daru
を
look
持ち出したか。
askance at me, but I ignore them.
俺は
I don't want
お
to
前の
believe
仕
that it
業
was
とは
you,
思い
but
たくない。
she
どう
doesn't know that she's a lab mem.
IBN5100
見つけたが、なくなった。
なくなった。
案ずることはない。いや、
I mean, he could just hear her saying that it's freaking missing, so why is he bothering her?
知らないのか。
Moeka shakes her head faintly. Then she looks down and begins operating her phone at high speed. You're not making any sense. Please explain. Did you really find an IBN? She really doesn't know. If the IBN had been stolen from the lab, then Moeka would be my first suspect. But the IBN disappeared from a Yanabayashi shrine, not the lab. It can't have been Moeka's doing. So it was the D-mail. Or perhaps it was the work of CERN.
すまない。始圧しよ
I squat in front of Moeka and bow my
う。
head.
俺は最低な男だな。だが、
But there's one thing I
Kurva
want
ke
you to
wakatte
know. In my long years running from our organization, I've been unable to trust anyone.
機関から
Why
命
did
を
I have
狙
to
わ
be
れ続
born
け
with
た
this
結果、
gift that others so
俺は
covet?
常に疑心暗鬼で。
Everyone looks suspicious. Pitiful, aren't I? I wouldn't call him pitiful.
いつも子供。
Just tell me about the IBN. Did you just ignore my entire
つうか
speech?
オカリンさ、秋葉の路上で芝居始めるとかどん。
So Moeka doesn't know I had an IBN, and judging by her responses, she hasn't found one either. I feel like I'm getting farther and farther away from my goal.
前から思って萌香さんって綺麗な人だよね。コスプレさせたら
Oh my
そう
god.
だな。
She's also perverted in a sense if we think about it. For a second I doubted my ears. I approached Mayuri.
お前、
知ってるよ。
なぜ知っている？
I grab Mayuri by the shoulders and shake her. Her head bounces back and forth.
ああ、オカリン。
She remembers Moeka in the lab.
誰の？あの女のことを？
桐生氏なら
After Moreka sent her D-mail, Mayuri, Daru, and Kurisu behaved as if they had never met her before. Oh, I get it. So it turns out that she was in the lab, but she didn't become a lab member because we didn't have IBN. That must be it. But now that both Mayuri and Daru know her, does that mean Moeka Pass was constructed again? Given the timing, it has to be Lukaku's D-mail that did it. But all he did was tell his mother to eat a lot of vegetables. How can that be related to the lab mem's knowledge of Moeka? Is this another example of butterfly effect? The cause doesn't match the effect at all.
ねえねえオカリン。それより
That's true.
そろそろフェリ
Let's
スちゃ
think
んの
about the
お家
Moeka
に
issue
行かない
later.
とね。
Right now, we should look at the address written on the memo pad.
時にマユリ。フェイリスの本名はなんていうの？
バッカオカリ何言ってんだ。フェイリスタンの本名は
現実逃避はよせ。誰フェイリスニャンニャンは所詮源氏なの。
うわ最悪っすよ。なんで純真な男たちの夢を壊
You
そうと
just
するか
can't
な。
handle the truth.
でもよどうなの。
マユス。
特に口止めされているわけでもないんだろう。それに
そっか、その代わりね、他の人には内緒だよ。フェリスちゃんの本名はアキハ。
聞こえない。
Naru covers his ears and drowns the sound
ア
out.
キハか。
The same characters as in Akihabara. Appropriate. Our destination turns out to be a high-rise apartment building next to UPX. Sorry.
マジで
超高級マンション。
We stand there for a while, staring wide-eyed at the towering building before us. According to the address Faris gave me, she lives on the top floor, all the way up
住所
here.
聞き間違えたか。
No, I wouldn't make such a stupid mistake.
まさかフェイリスは機関の手に落ちたのか。
I quickly scanned the area, no suspicious figures inside.
怪しげな黒服連中に命じられるまま俺を組織の網。
妄想オツ。事実は小説。
I forgot to save in a while, so let's save. Let's overwrite.
よりきなり。それにあのフェイリスタンの素顔が実は金持ち。
お前こそ妄想をつ。
とりあえず入ってみよ
When we call the top floor room via intercom, we are greeted by the voice of an elderly man. He lets us in immediately once I introduce myself as Hoin Kyoma. It feels like we're walking into a trap, but I can't turn back now. When we get up the elevator, the elderly man from the intercom is there to lead us inside. He turns out to be a silver-haired gentleman in a tuxedo.
う。リアル羊さんだ。
He does indeed look like a stereotypical butler. He fits the bill so well you wouldn't think he was anything else.
お嬢様、法院京馬様とそのお友達
The
の
butler
皆
leads us
様
into
が
a
お越し
room.
です。
Paris is standing before a large window with a panoramic view of the Akiba.
黒木、ありがとにゃ。
Arigato. I've never seen her wearing anything other than the usual maid uniform, so it's refreshing to see her in a plain clothes. But why does she still have her cat ears on? I wanted to ask, I can't help but wonder, but I restrain myself. Even if I did ask, Faris would say something like, I was born with this, Nyaehh.
にゃにゃ。マユシーとダルニャも来たのかにゃ。
Faris' eyes twinkle when she sees Mayuri and Daru behind
フェ
me.
リスちゃん。
無法フェイリスタンの私服姿とか。
I silenced the mouth-breathing Daru by
Kawaii
introducing
suguru.
his ribs to my
お
elbow.
前入りと誰は勝手についてきた。
構わないにゃ。みんなようこそいらっしゃいませにゃ。
というか自宅でも
何のことかにゃ。
あくまでとぼける気か。秋春。
フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。
Whatever.
しかしこの家は一体どういうことだ。秋葉の一等地の超高級マンションとは。
I look around the room again. The interior design and furnishing give a very refined impression. It's elegant without being ostentatious. Actually, it's kind of like a model home. There's nothing to suggest that this room is lived in. No dirty clothes, no unused dishware, not even a speck of dust. That butler, or maybe even some real maids, is there a butler? There have to be maids, right? Must be constantly cleaning up. Speaking of the butler, he disappeared. I didn't even notice him leave. He's clearly a master butler, if he can move so quietly.
フェイリス。お前一体何。
だからフェイリスはフェ
But
イ
he
リスにゃ。
says it so
とぼ
nonchalantly.
けるな。ちゃんと説明しないならば。
なんという偉そうな態度。
ふにゃー。じゃこの辺の土地はもともとうちの。
は
What did she just say? Does land originally belong to her family?
そっか。だから
Mayuri's exclamation connects the dots in my
あ
head.
秋葉という姓。まさか
Paris nods with proud
秋葉原の代
expression.
々の大地主
So
の
she
名だとでも
really
言
is
う
a
のか。
rich girl character.
ちなみにフェイリスは秋葉の都市開発計画にも結構な発言
Paris
力を持っ
wriggles
て
his
るね。
slender waist and makes a gesture like a cat washing its face. Is it okay to leave me alone here? I'm an outsider, remember? I could steal all of your precious future gadgets. I mean, surely. You definitely would, right? You're not an outsider.
秋葉の各ショップに萌え文化を積極的に導入するようお願いしたのは
He's responsible for more?
すごい。フェイリスは子供の頃からそういう会議に出たりしてるのにゃ。
So basically, the chaotic changes in Akiba are all a result of the cat girl's whims. What a monster.
でも今の
Buddy's
話は
expression suddenly
な
darkens.
ぜだ。
知りたいのかにゃ。
Buddy approaches me with a bewitching
それ
expression.
は
Buddy gently strokes my cheeks with her cool, slender fingers. I feel myself falling under her spell. And then, she
フ
grins.
ェイリスはフェイリスだからにゃ。
Damn you, cat girl, how dare you make a fool of me?
というわけでみんなにはこれまで通りフェイリスラブの大ファンとして接してほしいにゃ。
Dara starts fist pumping when he sees Buddy's cutesy act.
接します。全力で接します。
マユシーもねフェリスちゃんのファン。
Mayuri and Dara might have fallen for her charms, but not me.
俺はフェイリスラブなどではない。あまり調子に乗らないでもらおうか。フェイリスニャンに家にわざわざ呼びつけて自らのセレなぜなら
Oh, he's on it again.
理由になってね。
Perfect. Now Paris will tremble in fear and beg for my forgiveness. Or so I thought, but instead she looks at me with gleaming eyes.
自分をつら
Paris loves first woman.
だと
That's my line. I wanted to threaten her, not seduce her. Is Faris a masochist?
正直なこと言うとあんまりフェイリスのこと話したくなかった
It's a disgrace to be thought of your partner. Please, people will start doubting my character and disgrace.
これまでいろんな人と会ったけど秋葉の跡取りって話すとみんなフェイリスをフェイリスとしてフェイリスと秋葉ルミホは分けてみてほしいのにゃ。
分けるも何もお前はすでに
その点については全面的に同意するぜオカリン。
意識しすぎているのは
そうなのか
お前は自意識過剰なのだ。
I mean, she also thinks about him as Hoi and Kyoma, right? So that's correct that he also sees her as Faris, the maid.
な。ありがとにゃ今日は。
Why is she thanking me? Well, she's probably admiring my incredible magnanimity. Now then, let's finish the idle gossip and get down to business.
それでフェイリスよ IBN5100 を探す代わりよく吟味して条件を出すことだな。俺の右手は一度解き放たれるとあらゆるものを
大丈夫にゃ。
Faris points at the cat ears sticking out of her
こ
head.
の猫耳にはあらゆる能力を完全無効化するにゃ。京馬の力が暴走した時はフェイリスが
Just countered him? I shouldn't have mentioned my hand to Faris. Faris' most terrifying power is one of known as dubbing 10. It allows her to steal others people's stories and add them to her own. I'm the one who named it, of course. The number 10 doesn't really mean anything.
さてさてそれではフェイリスからの条件は
She wants to be a labman. 100%. She already said that before. I don't know if that was changed by the email that we sent, but she said that before. But I noticed something. Her eyes aren't
タイ
smiling.
ムマシンを使わせてほしいにゃ。
She remembers that. Yeah, I had a feeling that was
昨
it.
日メイクインで京馬たちが話し
いかにも俺たちは
だから人類史上
だが勘違いするな。タイムマシンとは言っても俺たちが成功したのはただし これだけでもノーベル物理学賞ものであり、
過去の誰かにメールが送れる。それってとってもすごいにゃ。ぜひフェイリスにも使わ
I'm
せてほしい
satisfied with what we have. That's nice. She jumps up and down with
タイム
joy.
マシンは我がラボにおける最重要機密事項だ。
I mean, I'm pretty sure she's also
どう
fine
して
with
も使い
that.
たいというならば、
ラボ面って何かにゃ。あのね、マユシーたちのサークルの仲間になるっていうことだよ。
右に同じくというか大歓迎。ぜひ入ってください。
どうすればラボ面になれるにゃ。
契約書などは存在しない。
The blood oath.
血の名約。
The window is closed, but a gust of wind blows through the room. It's coming from the air conditioner. But outside the window, I see rain clouds cover the sky. I hear the rumbling.
フェイリスニャンニャン。いにしえその肉、その骨、その血を手さする。
The initiation changes every single time.
答え。
何を言ってるのかさ。
どうしよ
She never ate any blood loaf.
う。その名約も。
マユシしょんぼりしなくても。
そっか。わかったにゃ。血の名約受けるにゃ。
With a grim expression, Faru grabs a small knife on the top of her desk and suddenly slashes it against her wrist.
いや、ペーパーナイフっしょ。
にゃはは。ダルニャの言う通りにゃ。
You surprised me. I clear my throat and pull myself together. I invest you as a labman 007. She's like James Bond now.
はいにゃ。これでタイムマシン使えるのに。
ああ、そういうことになる。ただし他言無用だ。
そうだったんだ。
だからオカリンのこの場だけ。
ありがとにゃ。しょうま。
Paris hugs me by the neck. A very sweet aroma tickles my nose, and something very soft tickles
ち
my...
ょオカリンてめえ僕もで。
そうなのにゃ。じゃあダルニャンも。
Paris flies over to Daru.
オカリンオカ
You saw that? I take out my phone and put it in to my ear.
ああ、フェイリスはあの猫娘は俺との交換条件によってこの俺ほーい俺が猫娘との条件を受けた理由
Then I
だと
twist my lips into a
そ
grin.
んなもの決まって
My
いるだろ
razor sharp teeth are probably glistening right now.
すなわち
Then I wish I had shark teeth.
あの猫娘は実験台なのだ。何ゲドとは
Our DML experiments have reached a standstill. Kurisu refuses to become a subject, and Mayuri and Daru are too dumb to be useful. We managed to experiment on Moeka and Lukaku, but we still need more data. Along comes Faris. She's going to provide me with both IBN and new data, 2 birds with 1 stone.
ああ
Faris thinks she's using us.
実は逆にでは予定通り
Next phase.
次の実
This
験
is
に
the choice of Steins Gate. Elpsai Konguru.
シュタインズ
Someone taps me on the shoulder after I put away my phone. Right after that, they blow into my ear.
今誰と電話してたにゃ。
Faris is behind me. She must have finished servicing Daru while I was still on the phone. No doubt she heard
気づ
everything.
くのが遅かったなフェイリ
It's
ス
too late, Faris. Nyan. Wait a second. We got a message from her like that, right? Inbox, Faris. I told you it's too late, Nya. You've already taken the blood oath. If you break it, your ruin will befall you.
もう
There is no
オー
escape.
ケーにゃ。
Okay, Nya.
タイムマシンはどこにあるのにゃ。
He's certainly in a
タイム
hurry.
マシン正確には電話レンジカッコ仮と
This time, we'll make use of the phoneway's original function and send an email by remote control. Kurisu should be still in the lab. I'll leave the setup to her. I ask Faris where she wants the email to go. She says she's sending it to her father 10 years ago. I take down his email address. The destination is April 3rd. It has to be at 8 a.m. that day, so we use an online calculator to factor in leap years, resulting in a lot of hours. So does that mean it has to keep going for... That would be a lot. One phone wave, Chan gets tired. Our previous experiments have confirmed that. The mail reaches the past if you send it as soon as the discharge begins. In accordance with the butterfly effect, the remaining seconds should be cancelled out if the experiment never happened. The fact that the email was sent is erased, leaving behind only the email in the recipient's phone. At least, that's what our experiments have shown so far. Now let's call Kurisu.
Hello.
俺だ。切りやがった。
そりゃ切られるっしょ。オカリンの電話の仕方に対応できるのは多
Again.
分僕とマユ。
ハロー。
おー、今日まだ。
なんだ、岡部か。てっきりいたずら電話だと思った。
こっちの番号は表示されているだろ
いきなり意味不明なこと言われたら。
それはつまり、この俺。
Oh.
あいつまた切ったぞ。
だからオカリンの電話に対応するスキルは僕
I
と
mean,
マユ
Faris
し
can do
か
that too. I
持っ
quickly
てない
redial.
となん
ハロー。
岡部倫太郎ですけど。
Ritaru, sorry, but could you mess with the phone wave settings a little bit? She put him down to his place. Ah, that is so cool.
初めからそう言えばいいのよ。でも電話レンジ使うの？
You're about to perform a critical experiment. Understand this, Mr. Browns might yell at you, but that small sacrifice will bring mankind's dream, the time machine, to fruition.
本当。あ、ね。どう設定すればいい
I
の？
tell her Faris' dad's mail address, and I have her set the timer.
入力。
よし、ご苦労。少し待て。
I turn to Faris. Finished writing that what you wanted to send. Faris nods.
どんな内容だ？過去を変えるもの。
それはその
What happened to her usual confidence?
恥ずかしい
A trade secret? A secret? Nonsense, this is a secret. Unless we know what you're sending, we can't verify the result.
何言ってるにゃ。これは実験じゃなくて交換条件だにゃ。
That's not fair.
オカリンも人のこと言えないけん。
Daru, you horny fool. Are you siding with Faris? And you call yourself a supahaka? Faris covers her phone with her body. Looks like she plans on hiding it to the bitter end. Should we halt the experiment?
ちょっと岡部。いつまで待たせん
An
のよ。
impatient Kurisu nags me through the phone. Don't rush me, damn it.
オカリあのね、きっと
Well, even Mayuri's and Faris. I mean, she was always on the girl's side. She was like this with Moeka too. This is bad. I thought I had Faris in the palm of my hand. Was I dancing to her tune all along?
岡部。返事しないの。
待て。わかった。
Damn it, I submitted to
放電
Catgirl.
現象始まった。
I nod to Faris after getting Kurisu's report. Faris puts her finger on this and send button
ポ
and
チッとにゃ。
she did change the past. And she will not remember what she did. That was so reckless of Okabe. As the dizziness fades, I exhale slowly and open my eyes. Alright, world, show me your new form. And I wish I knew what kind of mail Faris sent. First thing first, I'm still in her room. When I look out the window, the Akiba sprawls greets me. I scan the room.
それじゃあか
They're playing
まだまだ
cards.
爪がうまいにゃ。ピンクカード眉しは
Are they playing Rainet?
絶対絶命なので。
What are they doing? The three of them are sitting around a table playing some kind of game.
まだターミナルカードがあるじゃん。次。
にゃふふ。今さら逆転は
It's
無
way
理
too
無理
late for
にゃ。
the... She keeps saying too late, and this is all something that she sent to us without like any
残り
content.
のウイルスカードはどっ
Context.
ちかにゃ。
マジパネっすね。
にゃフェイリスの真似してもダメにゃ。そんな。
Mayuri puts her fingers to both her eyes as if to mime tears. It happened again, reading Steiner. I am the only person in the world who keeps his memories after the past changes. Faris' email worked. That's why the three of them are now playing a card game instead of waiting for Faris to press the button. Faris never sent the email. Seriously though, why am I still here? I was supposed to have moving on by... No, she said like by the end of August, right? If I look at her phone, there won't be any record of it in her sent story, and even if I demand that she tell me what she sent, she won't be able to answer, because the very fact that she sent it has been erased. The only trace of that email is in the recipient's phone, namely Faris' father's phone 10 years ago. But that 10-year-old mail data was most likely erased long ago, so I don't think we can check. I have to figure out what changed the hard way. Let's start looking for differences.
最初はマユシンもいい感じだった。でもたとえの試合とはいえディフェンそれに今度の大会では絶対に優勝するってパパとも約束したのよ。
Is she actually taking part in tournaments? Faris nods
もし
happily.
フェイリスが優勝したらパパは仕事中でも時間を作って
僕も全力で祝福したいわけだが。
夜はパパと2人でお食事にゃ。
そう。
あのね、決勝戦はラボのみんなで応援に行くね。ありがとにゃ。
決勝の相手ってバイラルアタッカーズとかいうコンビだったっけ？
The viral attackers duo. Huh?
下馬評じゃノーマークだったのにフェイリスタンとイディオナのデュエルは毎回神がかってる。
他のライネッターの試合は全然見てないんやけど。
Oh, it's still
バイ
Ryan.
ラルアタッカーズって
フェイリスタンの敵じゃないよ。フェイリスタンは最強。フェイリスタンは神。
にゃーん。そこまで持ち上げられる。
As I listened to their conversation, I feel a strange churning in my gut. Something's not right here. A voice whispers from deep within, deeper than reason. I played the conversation back in my head and soon realized the source of my discomfort. The Faris I knew had never been to an unofficial Rhino tournament. And yet now she's about to compete in the tournament finals. Which means she's been going to tournaments for a while. Is this the change that Faris wanted to make? Considering the recipient was her father, maybe he was strict and wouldn't let her go to tournaments. But is that a reason to change the past? Faris is only 17. It's not too late for her to start participating. If there were an age limit to Rhino tournaments, that would be one thing. I guess it was just that important to her. At the moment, someone knocks on the door. The door opens halfway and a middle-aged man appears. It's not the butler.
失礼。ルミホ、少し。
Faris quickly gets up and leaves the room.
グハー、フェイリスタンのお父様か。
フェリスちゃんのパパさん。
Faris soon returns. Then she turns to us and puts her hands together in a gesture of
ごめん
apology.
や。フェイリスはパパと出かけなくちゃいけない。それじゃあ、
フェイリスタン、僕とのお手合
誰もそんな約束してないと思うにゃ。
そうですとも。言ってみただけだからな。
ダルくん、フェリスちゃんを困らせたらダメ。ほら、おかそういえば、今日もはやけに静かだった。
いや
I was just looking at Akiba watching the ignorant masses scurry into surge and momentary decrease from the pain of existence.
さすがオカリ。
But she's crazy. Faris, her dad, and their butler see us off. Her dad tells us to come visit again. Faris' dad seems like a cool guy. He's not pompous like they expect rich people to be. The sun is setting, but there's still a crowd in front of Akiba Station. More foreigners than usual. People come from all over the world to buy electronics and otaku goods in Akiba. But it looks like the satellite is attracting some as well. Man, it's hot. Less than a minute outside and I'm already drenched in sweat. Faris' air-conditioned apartment was a little slice of heaven. I would love air conditioning in the lab, but we don't have that kind of money. Anyway, how about some food? I turn around and ask Daru and Mayushi what they think. Mayuri's not here.
あれそういえば消えてる
Did Stardust's handshake activate again? I scanned the area. There she is, walking casually towards the station. She's already about 50 meters away. I chase after her.
前よりどこへ行く
Mayushi was thinking about stopping my neck on Broadway before going home.
帰るなら帰るとなぜ言わんのだ
ごめんね。でも
マユシの気配を消していなくなる能力は異常
Mayuri does this a lot. She just wanders off without saying anything. And just like Daru said, you never noticed she's gone. So when you turn around to look for her, it's like she vanished into thin air. Stardust's handshake and sneaking fade. Why did her powers have to be so annoying?
そもそも
あのね、昨日
エロ
でもね、絵師さんは方が
へえ甲賀ゆいかちょ
そうだ、
僕の分も買っといて
わかった
おいおいお前たち何を言っているんだ同人誌ならば
Daru and Mayuri stare at me blankly.
いや目の前は目の前だあそこに
I follow my pointing finger. Tora no Ana isn't there.
俺
I rub my eyes and blink several times. It doesn't help. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I check up and down the street, but no, it's nowhere to be found. And what's more, I can't find Animate either. It's supposed to be next to Tora no Ana. Instead, I see electronic stores, Daiichi Kaiden and T Minami. Never seen them before in my life. Wait, I remember Mr. Brown saying that Akiba used to have a lot more electronics shops. Many of them closed. I think Daiichi Kaiden and T-Zone Minami were among them.
虎の穴も兄
それはひょっとして逆
は
秋葉には虎の穴もアニメイト
ないって
What about earlier today? I wasn't really paying attention on the way to Fari's apartment, but I'm pretty sure they were still here.
だからないってそもそもそういうも
秋葉の方が萌えの聖地としては
ついに暑さでおかしくなったかオカリン秋葉は電気街萌えショップができようもんならマニアどもが
This
暴
feeling
動を起
again,
こすレベル
dissonance.
だ
My memories don't match the reality. The past has changed. Part of me knows what has happened. I mean, Faris wanted to change the past, right? She said that it was her decision that Akiba was Moe. So maybe she didn't want Akiba to be Moe so she could spend more time with her dad. But I still can't help but ask.
ないよ
秋葉王
それは普通にあるっしょ
同人誌を売ってる秋葉王国のことだ
なんぞそれ
秋葉王で同時
それはないわ
ゲーマーズはラムタラはメロンブックスは遊びって
They
シティ
look
は
confused. So basically, I swallow hard. I finally understand. It's hard to believe, but I must face the truth.
この街の
Chaos has forsaken this place. Every last store that sold anime, eroge, and moe goods has disappeared from Akiba. In a final desperate attempt to deny reality, I ran to make Queen Yan Square the maid cafe where Mayuri and Fari's work and which Daru and I frequent. But upon arriving at the storefront, I am forced to my knees in abject defeat.
ない
It's gone. It's all gone. It's not just the moe stores, even the maid cafes have disappeared.
マユリ
She doesn't know what
メイ
making
クイン
is.
ニャンニャンだ
マユシーがバイトしてるの
Oh, the Moine.
ううん
Normal coffee
秋葉
shop.
には
ねえよ秋葉に来る人間はそう
It's clear now. This has to be the results of Fari's email. But the butterfly effect is at it again. But Faris is still a cat girl. She's still behaving like a cat girl with cat ears and everything. Faris said she had influence over the Akiba Development Board. They adopted her plan to embrace the moe industry, but by sending an email to 2000, the world line has shifted to one where that never happened. Akiba is still electronics all the way. To think that a single mail could rewrite 10 years of a town's history. Is it okay to change history on a whim like this? I almost feel guilty about it, but since I'm the only one who remembers the original Akiba, nobody can blame me. And it's not like I can change it back, but still. What in the world did Faris Dimil say? Next morning, I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. What I discover is that although the chaotic energy familiar to me has receded, Akiba is still Akiba at its core. The few electronic stores that I used to frequent are still there. In fact, they've multiplied. You can still hear the loud theme songs and the cries of salesmen all the way from the sidewalk. Electronics otaku and PC maniacs walk the streets with unkempt hair and eyes burning with intense purpose. There are even cheerful foreigners taking in the sights. The maids and the young female otaku have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. I admit it's relief. Yesterday I heard from Mayuri how we met Faris on this world line. I was wondering since May Queen no longer exists. I don't know about the Steins thing, but maybe the chaos theory can explain how to derail my life, lol. At any rate, take responsibility for getting me involved. I wonder if that's like we cannot respond. For a change, we cannot respond. Yesterday I heard from Mayuri how we met Faris on this world line. I was wondering since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Raina tournament at this toy store in Ikebukuro. We went to cheer on Daro, but he dropped out because of a stomachache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. Our opponent was Faris. We got crushed, needless to say, but Mayuri says that Faris was very gracious and gave us advice on how to play. That was the beginning of the beautiful friendship. Our past has changed considerably, yet we still ended up with the same close relationship we had on the last world line. Fascinating. Maybe Lady Luck is looking out for us. I've got an email. We're watching you. What the hell? Jelly? Is this a prank? Spam? Why red gelatin? Who's watching me? What's going on here? I spin around searching the crowd. A few passerbys look at me strangely. I don't care. Something's wrong. Goosebumps break out over my body. Maybe he's not as insane as we thought. If so, then this mail is a threat. My pulse skyrockets. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What do I do? Do I tell someone? Who? I can't involve anyone. It's a prank, it has to be. Ignore it. But what if it's serious? Are the men in black coming? I'm dead. They'll erase me, erase us. Should I call the police? No, not enough evidence. What do I do? What do I do? What the hell do I... Thoughts spin inside my head. Every pedestrian looks like an enemy. I flee from the crowd. Wait a second. Let me save in case we have issues. After I manage to calm myself down, I head back to the lab. For now, I'll write that mail off as a prank. It's still early. Well, I guess it's actually noon, but Mayuri, Kuris, and Lukaka are already at the lab when I return. I greet them, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice.
休み期間の日曜日だというのに、ずいぶん暇そうだな、ラボメンガールズよ。
あ、岡部さん、お邪魔してます。おかり、おはよう。
The two cute high school girls wave to me in greeting. By the way, one of the girls is actually a boy. In any case, the sight warms my heart. Or would, if not for a certain assistant who just gives me a bored look before going back to reading.
何をしているのだ?
I wanted to move the window. Mayuri and Lukaka are sitting next to each other on the sofa reading a book together. It looks like a cosplay photo album.
中野に同人誌を買いに行くって言ったでしたか
I see, she's showing it to Lukaku as part of re-education. To think that he was so reluctant to get involved in cosplay looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off. Actually, judging by his obvious interest in the photo album, maybe he was always interested in cosplay, just too shy to cosplay himself.
クリスちゃん
別にいいわ。
Looks like Chris is not interested in the photo album. She just gives a cold Instead, she's reading a difficult-looking English book. Damn it, this is no time to be showing off your intelligence. You're going to make Mayuri cry if you talk to her like that. Or so I thought, but Mayuri doesn't seem to mind, so I stay out of it.
次のページからは水着だすごい憧れるな憧れてるもん僕でもね
She calls him Luka-chan.
大きなお友達
Hey now, Mayuri, what are you saying? It's like you're referring to Dad with that remark.
貧乳は正義なのだからね
Krista starts choking on her coffee. I know how she feels. I almost did a spit take with my soda. Mayuri's breasts are huge for her height, so her advice lacks a certain element of persuasion.
そうだゴミ間が終わったら一緒に海に遊びにねえねえオカリンクリスちゃんどうかなラボメのみ
私は行かないわよ。もう少ししたらアメリカに帰らなきゃ。
確かにラボでのんびりと
Krista snaps her book shut and glares at me.
だったらはっきり言わせてもらう。変態野郎2人と一緒に海水浴なんて言ってられるか。女子メンバー限定というならよろ。
素直になったらどうだクリスティーナ。
猛虎犯なんてないわよ。
そもそも女子メンバー限定ならば
何それ。
この前わざわざ教えてやっただろう。ルカ子は
My
正
declaration
真
of
正
the
銘の
truth freezes the air
男だとな。
instantly. Huh? There's something off about their reaction.
最悪ねあんた。女の子に向かって男呼ばわりな。
そうだよ
Even Mayuri condemns me. Lukaku, meanwhile, turns pale and hangs his head so I can't see his face. Is he crying? Normally, he would get depressed and say something about how embarrassed he would be to wear a swimsuit, but he wouldn't start
クリ
crying.
スティーナお前が現実から目を背けたくなる。
岡部、
Risa advances on me with a stern glare.
私にへんてこ。今のあんたの言い草は冗談になってない。他人を傷つけるようなやつじゃないと思ってたけど違ったみたいね。
え
What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing?
謝りなさい。今すぐ漆原さんに。
いやいや謝るも何も。
いいんです
Lukaku gets up from the sofa. His head is still hanging and his voice is barely audible.
いやいやいやいやそういう風ではなくルカ子。
現実逃避してるのはあんただろうが。
そうだよ
というかマユリよ、なぜお前は急にルカ子への呼び方を。
岡部、いつまで続ける気？
Mayuri
彼女は
nods in
女の子よ。
agreement. Huh? What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank?
帰ります
Lukaku tries to sleep by me out of the lab. I grab his hand to stop him from leaving.
待てルカ子、俺を担ぐのはよせ。お前は正真正銘の男だ。なぜならここに。
I pin Lukaku's arms and reach for his package. Let's see what you're hiding down. Nothing.
おおおおお
I feel around some more. Nothing. Nada. It should be there. I mean, he's a guy, isn't he? An electric current runs through my brain. No way. Yes, way. So that's what happened.
ルカ子、お
The
前
demo that I thought had failed was actually a success.
お前は。
最初からそう言っとるだろ。
Half second later, Kurisu cracks me over the head with a heavy textbook. When my vision clears, Lukaku is crying. Mayuri is rubbing her back comfortingly. Kurisu, meanwhile, glaring at me, Daru, who arrived a moment ago, is in the corner trying not to laugh. Honestly, I can't blame him. righteous high school girl makes a perverted college guy beg for forgiveness. If I had to put a title to the scene, that's what it would be. The top of my head is throbbing. Most likely because Kurisu whipped out 100 million of my precious neurons and viewed by scientists the world over. I put a moist towel to my head.
一度あんたの頭を切り開いて脳だけ取り出してよく洗浄できればそのまま体に戻さず培養液の中にぶち込んでとにかく警察に突き出されないだけ。
はい。すいません。
Man, that was dumb. I didn't think that it would be gone. Lukaku has become a girl. Her face hasn't changed and she's flat as a board, but she's definitely a girl. There's no denying what my hand didn't feel. I guess that ridiculous superstition was true. If you eat vegetables, you'll have a girl. Does this count as a scientific breakthrough? Anyway, I better apologize to Lukaku. I hope she doesn't get a PTSD because some pervert me groped her. I mean, she's a 17-year-old girl now, and she was shy to begin with. I'll need to be as gentle as humanly possible from now on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she never spoke to me again. I have no one but myself to blame. I'll just have to accept the consequences.
だいたいなんだって漆原さんが男の
それについては前にも言ったはずだ。D 世界線が変わったその瞬間を俺はその点については反省せねばなるまい。俺はもっと自分の持つ特殊な力を信じるべきだったと。
また食らいたい？
あ、いや本当なんだ。この現象を理論立てて説明するとだ。D メールを送るたび
I leaped to my feet, overcome with excitement. I look around, expecting to see awe on their faces.
いいから座れ。
I do as I'm told.
わからないのか？観測者、すなわち
シュレディンガー？
うわ、日本人のシュレディンガー好きは異常。
あんたも日本人だろ。
もううんざりって感じっすわ。猫が可愛いのは認めるがな。
That is absolutely right. Whenever an anime wants to use quantum mechanics, the characters always talk about Schrödinger's cat.
とにかく俺はそういう特殊な力を宿す真顔を持っている。その
リーディングしたいなって名前、いかにも和製英語って感じ。漫画の必殺。文法としては破綻してるし、シュタイナーがシュタインのことなら前半は英語で、ちなみにこれはシュタインズゲートだっけ？
ネーミングは五感がすべて。かの天才レオナルド・ダ・ヴィンチにも被験する俺の想像力は。
She hits me again. I'm seeing stars.
少しは反省し。
すいません。
Lukaku is still crying. As a punishment, I spent the next 30 minutes on my knees under Kurisu's watchful eye. If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. I would accept being told to die pervert if it were coming from Lukaku. But why the hell is Kurisu butting in? I didn't do anything to her. Does she think she's one of those class president characters? Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. The silent pressure from the girl is just too much to bear. I step into the sun and stretch. My legs are numb from the kneeling, so I can barely stand in the light. At that moment, the brown tube workshop doors open and out comes part-time warrior. Our eyes meet. She's less energetic than usual.
こういう体操があるのだ。
知らなかったな。
When she aimlessly gazes skyward, I follow suit. Huge clouds are slowly swallowing the blue. A helicopter flies overhead. I can hear its propellers slicing the air.
絶好のサイクリング日和だね。
そうか?
But it's so damn hot. How can you exercise on a day like this? I'd rather drink hot coffee in a well air-conditioned room while browsing the net. Now that's a luxurious way to spend summer break. If only the lab had air conditioning.
ちょっとサイクリングしない？
Seriously? She has to be joking.
チャリは1台しかないではないか。
二人乗りすればいいじゃん。
バイトを放り出していいのか？
Suzuha pops into the store. She's back in less than a
許
minute.
可取ってきた。どうせ客なんて来ないし。
I try to think of an excuse to refuse, but nothing comes. I am a mad scientist, not a mad cyclist. Why am I doing the pedaling?
その昔、アリストテレスが言いました。だから運動した方がいいよ。
That doesn't make sense. I'm exhausted. We barely made it to the station. I would die if I went another block. This was a terrible idea. I should have known better. I get off the bicycle and sit against the station wall. Suzuha sets the bike against the wall and crouches next to me. Look at Jan, she said she'll forgive you if you cosplay Kakeru-kun from Rainet, or maybe Upa cosplay would be better. Just kidding. Leave Luka-chan to Mayushi. Kakeru. Sitting on the ground is undignified for a man of my stature, but no matter. I just need a few moments to catch my breath. I watch the crowds of people move past. Nearly all of them are men. Here and there I see people carrying large boxes, most likely PC parts or appliances. There isn't an anime poster inside. When Akiba changed, so did the people who visited it. This atmosphere, it's kind of retro. It's the Akiba I've only seen in the pictures. Akiba at the end of the 20th century. The electric town in its purest form. It has risen from the ashes of the past. And the only one who knows it is me.
私さ、
Suzuha murmurs.
東京に来たのは10日前が初めてなんだよね。
I didn't know that.
夏休みを利用した観光。
父さんを捜索するため。
That's a strange way to put it.
蒸発でもしたのか？
I meant it as a joke, but Suzuha looks so serious. I hope I didn't screw up again.
もう何年も会ってなくて。
そうなのか。
Suzuha works at the Brown Tube workshop from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. I doubt that leaves much time to search.
当てがないっていうのが
警察に。だったら出すべきだろう。あとは。
そんな予算はないな。それに。
Issues.
たださ、そのチャンスが明日ある場所に現れる。
A certain place that has a rather ominous ring to it. Could her father be some kind of a fugitive? I stay silent, unable to think of a response.
離れるとは。
行かなきゃいけないところがあるからさ。私ももともと。 明日会えなかった。
不安なのだな。わかるぞ、その気持ち。不安な気持ちを紛らわすため、誰かに相談したいわけだな。だが残念だったな。俺のような。は
あ。実験台って
決まっている。
I've already explained the email to Suzuha before.
その実験台と。
どうするの?
Suzuha takes a step back. She finally realizes the danger she's in.
お前にも過去を変えてもらうのだ。非道だと思うのならば勝手にするがいい。そうだ。いいこと。娘を置いていくな。
君ってさ、
なんか
お前俺を侮辱するつもりか。分かったならばお前の父親、俺の右腕が火を吹くぞ。ちなみに封印。
ごめん。
あくまで逆らうのか。
父さんの携帯の番号もメールアドも。
あ、そう。
Well, that's a letdown.
まあ、だからこそ明日に。
心配などしていない。
でもすごいね。メールを過去に送れるなんて。
すごいのは当然だろう。
アップグレードの予定は？
アップグレード？
そのタイムマシンのアップグレード。
検討中だ。
No good ideas here there.
だったらさ、 作る前に一つ忠告。マキセ・クリスは仲間から外した方がいい。
Check the interweaves for more details. Ah, okay.
そういえばお前、
さてと、30分休憩をもらっただけだからさ、そろそろ帰んないと。
I stop Suzuha as she gets on the bike.
明日は
なんで？
お前の昇進を利用して D メールを作る。
さすがマッドさん。もし父さんと会えたなら行くよ。その時はみんなで祝福をあげてよね。
She laughs happily, then she starts pedaling, leaving me behind.
ちょ、待て！俺も乗せていけ！
Suzuha doesn't wait, leaving me with no choice but to run back to the lab.
これより作戦名エルドフリームニルの概要について説明
Going
する。
to infiltrate now, what should I do? I'm so nervous. I can't see my own heart like peeing through frosted glass. Wish me luck, over and out. The only lab members here today are Mayuri, Chris, and Lukako. I couldn't get a hold of Faris or Maeka, they must be busy. Daro, meanwhile, gave me some crap about having things to do. I was prepared for Lukako to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me, for now at last.
お前たちにはこれから宴会用の買い出しに行ってもらう。
I've already explained to the lab members that Suzuha told me yesterday.
あんたは何するの？
俺か？俺はこれからバイト選手を尾行し。
やめなさいよ、悪趣味だな。親子水入らずにさせてやれ。
いちいち突っかかるな、クリスティーナ。お前は人というのはそうやって一周されると意地でも自らの意志を通したくなってしまうのだ。
独善的すぎ。
そもそもクリスティーナよ、お前とバイト選手は対立していたはずだ。
あんたの行動が人としてダメ。
そうだよ。邪魔するのはね、良くないと思うな。
Even during the strategy meeting, Mayuri keeps working on her costume. Lukako hasn't agreed to wear it yet, but Mayuri's enthusiasm remains strong.
それよりも、どんな結果に。でも僕、すずさんはね、とって
いい人。ね。
とにかく俺はこれから尾行を。
だからダメだっつってんでしょ。
女子の分際で俺に指図をするな。
In the end, I can't get permission to tail Suzuha.
逃げたら承知しないからな。
Reese is forcing me to help her with the shopping. There's no way out. Damn it. Kurisu really is turning into a class president character. At this rate, she might take over the lab. Wait, could this be what Suzuha was warning me about? Nah.
まあでも
Kurisu scratches her cheek in what could be taken for a bashful gesture.
天音さんのお父さん見つかる？
ああ、
なんかそういうの
Come to
羨ましい
think of
な。
it, she has father issues too, doesn't she? Maybe she sympathizes with Suzuha.
ねえ岡部、
Suddenly, Kurisu starts fidgeting for some reason.
この前のこ
この前
とあんたが漆原さんへの変後で考えてみたんだけど、それなのにあんたの言葉を
案ずるな。結果的に
確認するけど、あんたは
どういう確認だそれは。お前が
実験を変態行為の口実にされたら嫌だから。
バカにするな。俺にとって俺は IQ170 の頭脳を持つ電話レンジカッコ仮にしてもダルやお前の協力。
岡部、
俺はラボメンナンバー。仲間に危機があれば助けに駆けつけることはあっても何がおかしい。
中二病全開だな。聞いてでも私がいるアメリカの研究所って世界中から優秀な人たちが集まってて、みんなプライドが高くて自分が一番だと思ってるから、足の引っ張り合いとか面と向かって理不尽な暴言。私が研究員代表としてサイエンスに論文載った時も、こっちに戻ってきて逆留学した高校でも クラスメートはみんな私にだからそれと比べたらあんたのラボは
Seems like everyone has their own
今
problems.
回の天音さんのことも岡部は本気で心配してるのよ。でも褒めてるわ
She
けじゃ
said
な
only
いから
blushes for
な。
some
ただ
reason.
なんとなく
結局友達が欲しいだけなのかもな。
岡部
何しろ
After all, I am an insane, mad scientist, wanted the world over. My enemies are everywhere waiting to strike. Curse this incredible genius brain of mine.
私は
何
前にあんたあれ
熱でもあるのか。
ねえよ何よせっかくあんたのこと見直してやってるのに本当バカ
Lisa squares her shoulders and quickly walks ahead. I give chase. What just happened? Is this girl planning something? Maybe she really is plotting to take over the lab. No, wait, maybe she's trying to sabotage the party because she doesn't like Suzuha. No mere assistant is going to pull one over on the Great Hall in Kyoma. Anyway, time to get my head into game. We must prepare for the Last Supper, Operation Eldrin. The Last Supper refers to a party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other worlds, it will be her last supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. Sacrifices must be made if we are going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it will be the last supper on this world line. The lab budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight, but it's okay to party every once in a while. There's no such a thing as a low risk, high return. High risk, high return. This is how a mad scientist operates. I can already taste Suzuha's despair.
あらあそこにいるのって
I follow Kurisa's finger to see Daru emerge from Yodaboshi camera.
見つけたぞダル。
えあ
I grab his collar to stop him from escaping.
お前俺
だから用事があるって
用事とは話にならんな。
いやちょっと聞いてくれよ。
オフ会とラボメンガールズの手作り料理が
手作りだと一つ確認したい。そこにフェイリスさんはいますか
Before Kurisu can answer that, I whisper to Daru.
フェイリスも
そうどうしてバッティングするんだよ。
どうするけど
フェイリスさんの手料理か
オフ会を諦めれば
諦める。僕はオフ会を諦めるぞ。
Daru's runs all too quickly. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukaka are already starting the preparations.
あれれダルくんがいるよ。
フェイリスさんはフェイリスさんはいずこに
橋田あんた騙さ
フェリスちゃんは来られないって言ってた。
マジでおいオカリンこれは
次の機会があったら話をつけておいてやる。
ふざけんなよ。せっかくのタイムマシンオフ会だったのに。
タイムマシンオフ会
僕がよく見に行く SF 関係の BBS があるんだよ。プロの作家なんかも来る予定だったのに。
なぜ先にそれを
Would
言わない
have
のだ。
gone to.
そんなオフ会があるならば
Suddenly, I smell something strange. Does anyone else smell that?
タコ足配線のしすぎでどこか
すみま
Lukaka's apologizing for something.
せん。まゆりちゃんの作ってる
Smell of Mayuri's cooking. What? Is it the smell of food?
私も手伝うわ。
じゃあ卵
電話レンジ使う
ダメです。生卵をレンジに入れたら
ドアを剥ぎ取ったんだから大丈夫なんじゃない
まゆりちゃんそんな持ち方したら危ないよ。
What the hell is going on there? Daru and I exchange
俺たち
glances.
も手伝うべきか。
Or at least keep them out of the
結果は
kitchen.
同じじゃね。
めまいがしてきた。
This isn't the future I was hoping for.
オカリン
本気ですまない。
保険としてピザ頼んどくわ。
It only gets worse. The smoke grows thicker by the second, filling my lungs with ash and tar. In less than an hour, the girls have transformed the lab into a Class 5 disaster zone. I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。どうやら邪神の封印を解いてしまった。
オカリン、それ死亡フラグ。
これがシュタインズゲートの選択なのか。
After the storm has passed,
うわー。
遅いな。
the sun has already set. The food lined up on the table, none of it looking particularly appetizing, has already grown cold. I open my phone to check the time. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? If so, they might have a lot to talk about. Goodbye. There's only one word in Suzuha's email. Does that mean she didn't meet her father? And now she plans to leave town alone?
そんなことはこの法王院京馬が許さん。あいつは実験台なのだから。
I don't know where Suzuha is. All I can do for now is to go to the station. If she's going to leave town, she should be using public transportation. If she's using the Hibiya line on the other side of the station, then I've struck out. But if she's going to take the bullet train from Tokyo or Ueno, then she'll have to pass through here. I carefully scan the thinning crown around Akiba Station. Where is she? About 30 minutes after watching the crown, I spotted something. My gaze focuses on a person walking in from the main street. It's Suzuha, shuffling along with her head bowed. As she gets closer, I can see that she's wiping her tears. Is she crying? I don't see anyone walking with her. I guess she couldn't find her father after all.
そこのバイト選手。
Suzuha looks up in a surprise. I see the tracks of tears on her face. Just as our eyes are about to meet, Suzuha looks away. And then she turns and runs out of the station.
待て。
I give chase, ignoring the stares of passers-by. She's gone. Damn it. Where did she... Hold on a second. Why am I chasing her? Do I have some kind of urge to chase things that run away? That's so stupid, I'm not a dog. Shouldn't I just leave her be? It's not like we're that close, right? But Suzuha is all alone in this town. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? Just now, I think I saw someone who looked like her. But the run from the station has left me exhausted. I drop to my knees, gasping for breath. My sides ache. I can't take another step. Even after searching the entire area around the station, I couldn't find Suzuha. I guess it is to choose the choice of Steins Gate. As I rest, I look up at the night sky. The satellite remains buried in the Radican's wall. I wipe the sweat off my brow and head back to the lab.
オカリン、すずさんには会えた？
Everyone's still there when I return.
もう遅いから。
でも
結局どうなったのよ。
そうだ、一人で。
鈴葉には逃げられた。
そっか。
A gloomy silence falls. I can see the sadness on everyone's face. I begin to laugh.
岡部さん、どうしたんです？
走りすぎで脳に酸素が届いてないんじゃない？
オカリン、決め。
いや、どいつもこいつもこんな時のために俺たちには。
I trust my finger at the curtain to the developing room.
D メールを使うの？
でもさ、この時間じゃ電話レンジの方。
起きないのならば明日送ればいい話だ。
Email leaps through time. It matters not when we send it, but when it's received.
誰に？
今日の昼間の俺自身へ。クリスティーナの脅迫に屈せず、意地でもバイト選手を尾行せよ。
I suddenly hear the sound of rain. I look outside the window and see that the rain has started to fall. As Daru predicted, the discharge phenomenon does not occur. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The rain grows stronger over time, eventually becoming a thunderstorm. The next day, there isn't a cloud in the sky. It's hard to believe it rained all night. I keep checking the brown tube workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any sign of Suzuha. They say that the satellite disappeared. I wonder what happened. Did it fly away? It's like a magic trick. Well, good night. What? Check the news, Okarin. The satellite is up and disappeared. All knows. Don't listen to Chris. Pursue Suzuha. So I already have that email in my mailbox. So I did send it in the future. She's probably long gone from Akiba by now. She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She's but a pawn in my game, destined to pine for the Ragnarok. At the stroke of noon, I activate the phone wave. The destination is my phone. Yesterday, around 4 p.m. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. The floor shakes violently. Squinting against the glare, I send the email. My brain shakes violently, my vision flickers. As the vertigo passes, I can hear my heartbeat and feel the warm blood coursing through my body. I blink slowly. That was the sensation of reading Steiner activating, and so I know Suzuha is ours. I hurry down the stairs. I step outside and look at the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. A mountain bike polished to a shining finish. And on the bench next to it, looking up into the summer sky, is Amane Suzuha.
おはよう、バイト戦士。
I try to remain calm as I call out to her. She greets me in her usual listless fashion.
サボり中か？
だって客来ないし。それに昨日は夜中まで上で騒いでたからさ。
Wait a second. They're gone. The email about the satellite are gone.
"夜中まで騒いでいた?"
岡部倫太郎さ、昨日お酒の酔っ払いだな。未成年なのに。
We have shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from living to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday
俺たちは
changed.
昨日の夜、お前が父
そうそう。昨日は私のために。
いまいちよく覚えてないんだが。
まさか本当に昨日？
いいから聞かせてくれ。
私が。
ちょっと待って。タイムマシンオフ会？
Does the same offline mean that Dad was going
それ
to?
が父親が現れるか。
そうだって昨日説明した。
それで
いきなり君と橋田至、それに椎名真由里が現れて、私はラボに連行されました。めでたしめでたし。
So my pursuit of Suzuha was a resounding success. I can't help but smile at how smoothly things went. Suzuha, meanwhile, looks back up at the clear blue
昨日は
sky.
楽しかったな。
Her tone is sincere.
マキセクリスさえいなければもっと楽しめたけどさ。でも漆原ルカのカレーは極上。君たちのラボ、みんな仲が良くて、あんなに心地いい時間は生まれて初めてだったよ。
It sounds like Suzuha had a pretty dark childhood. Maybe she was bullied in school. Could that be related to her father's disappearance?
バイト戦士よ。約束ど。
でもさ、この前も言ったけど、私
ならば実験はいずれは。ちなみに実験に用いる電話レンジカッコ仮は我がラボの
ラボメン？
ラボラトリーメンバーの略だ。 いやでもなってもらうぞ。お前は今日からラボメンナンバー
Just
008だ。
lowers her head, no doubt awed by my proclamation. I hear what sounds like a sniffle.
しょうがないからさ。
まだ
もうちょっとだけ。
お前は今日からラボメンなのだ。ちなみに父親についての手がかりのようなものはないのか。
Suzuha hesitates a little. Then she stands up and turns to me. Her expression is grave.
私の父さんはタイターって
タイターってあのタイターか。
知ってんの？もしかしたら今は
I don't just know about him. He's been active on ad channel for the past several weeks. I opened the ad channel thread on my phone and show it to
見
Suzuha.
ろ、ジョン・タイターという人物が書き込みをしているだろ。
Suzuha stares at the
こ
screen.
れで謎は解けた。お前の
あ
っておい、なんだそのタ。
あ、いや、この人じゃないよ。
なぜわかる？
How do you know?
私にはわかるの。とにかくこのタイターは父さんじゃ
That's
な
a
い。
strange way to put it. It's almost like she knows who's behind John Titor. As if to answer my suspicions, Suzuha
ジ
continues.
ョンじゃないんだよ。私の父さんが使っていた名前はバレル・タイターって言うんだ。
Battle Titor. What the hell? Okay, we actually managed to go into chapter 5.